Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, now we're on. I had to reset everything. All right. Almost noon. Lisa yelling at Uber drivers. Do not park there. Thank you, Allison. Do not park. It's almost what we're going to hear at JFK. Constant. Let me reset everything back for LAX. Start with Singapore, so we'll be just a few minutes late. We got a new computer. I talked about it the other day. Hopefully, all is good. Hopefully. That's like my shirt. This is our first ever fully colored shirt ever on the channel in almost, 4 years, believe it or not. That's me. Holy moly. That's like, if you don't like the shirt, at least get the magnet or the big magnet or the big sticker, because the holographic sticker looks really, the magnets real, and the stickers look really, really good. Nothing like wearing a shirt with your cartoon self, right?
Top 24 left at width, 9.75 Delta 501, 9.65, Singapore 12 heavy over tower, runway 24 right, clear to land. Singapore 12.
Come on, I can never find my own show on my own feed. Never.
Singapore 12 heavy, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Jeez. Give me a break.
Singapore 12 heavy, LA tower, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Alright.
508 LA tower, runway 24 left, line of away. 508 24 left, southwest 508. Delray 121.011 RNF, Delray, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, 24 left RNF, Delray, 750. TV4 leaving above, Park bar frequency change approved.
Narita 777-300ER, first arrival.
Tower 3762, visual 24 right. Airline 3762, LA Tower Heavy 777 just touched down, caution wake turbulence, wind 21011, runway 24 right, clear to land. 24 right, clear to land, 3762.
Singapore, flight 1 to the 777-300ER, coming in from Tokyo Narita, touching down here on the north side of LAX and runway 24 right. Of course, we're at the parking garage here today, giving you these up-close, awesome views of the north side of LAX.
Heavy cross runway 24 left, contact ground point 65. Southwest 508, contact departure, bye.
Nice airport will now cross over a very empty 24 left, but it will certainly get busy as we are now officially in the afternoon. That 777-300ER will head over to Tom Bradley International Terminal, and more than likely we will see that takeoff here on the north side a little bit later. Beep beep. We're gonna hear a lot of beeps, a lot of honking, some police sirens. That's all part of the charm here in Los Angeles. Just after 12, it is officially afternoon here in the Southland. Hello everyone, welcome back for another awesome day of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today is May 14th, Wednesday, May 14th, 2025. And I'm your plane jockey, Kevin, back here at the East Economy Parking Garage. We haven't been here in a while. Up close action, awesome sounds as well. So sit back, relax. I know a lot of you guys are still at work. Use those working and lurking emojis there in the chat. I am officially wearing one of our new shirts here today. Look at this. It's myself. You know, you can't take yourself very seriously when you can wear your own shirt, a cartoon version of yourself on your shirt. The new holy moly. Anyway, I'll get back to the action. Next arrival here on the north side is Delta Connection SkyWest Flight 3762 coming from San Jose. It's E175 LR. Windy out here today. Of course, it was really windy. Keep going. Keep going. That is the LAX Police Department telling some Uber drivers, keep it moving. Matthew. 1 second here. By the way, there's a Delta 757 300 heading into the gates. What is that? All right, stand by 1 second here. We're using a new computer here today, and I've never seen something like that before. Other E-jets about to touch down here on runway 24 right. And how about an E-Jets? First takeoff of the stream. This flight heading to Boise, Idaho, Delta Connection, SkyWest Flight 3694. That other E-Jet coming in from San Jose, California, Alaska Horizon Flight 2223.
2223, hold short, 24 left. Hold 24 left, right. Coordinate 3524 right. Coordinate 75, LA Tower, 122.011, number 24 right, clear to land. Coordinate 24 right, coordinate 75. At Victor, crossing 24 left, down 165.
I might have to get on my megaphone and help them out. All right, give me 1 second here, guys. I'm just going to reset our super chats here so we don't have the whole chat up on the screen. Delta A380 about to touch down at 24 right. That flight coming in from Portland. Delta Airlines Flight 2975. This is Delta Airlines Flight 689 heading to Raleigh, Durham, North Carolina, 737-900ER. No stopping in the red zone. Now don't you start with me on that red zone stuff. All right, stand by everyone. There was one thing I forgot to do with the new computer. One thing. Update the super chats. Oops. So is that one thing you forget to do? So I am going to try to run the super chats through another computer system. By 1 second here. And this is the flight heading to Raleigh, Durham, rolling down to 24 left.
Foxtrot at Victor, crossing 24 left, contact ground, 0.65.
Okay, cross 24 left, contact ground on 115, directional line.
Upper 689, contact SoCal departure, yeah.
SoCal, yeah, 689.
All right. I think I have a little time to spare before our next arrival, so give me 1 second here. You know, when you're a one-man band, Charlie's not around. He went back to Phoenix yesterday. We'll be back next week. Of course, we're taking the show back to SFO next week, and then the week after, we are heading to New York. So a couple of big weeks ahead. I have some bad news. I don't think we're going to be able to put super chats up here today. It's my last effort right here, and it's a no-go. All right. I apologize if we won't be able to put super chats. Hopefully you guys still understand that we love your support, and I will certainly read out every super chat we receive here today. Matthew Ruiz with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much. Matthew says, hi Kevin, and good morning. I'll let you know ahead and give you more update about Honolulu plane spotting. Yes, indeed. How's that fence going? FLA 321 with the $5.23 super chat says, hi Kevin and everyone. Kevin, have you seen my brother Spencer? And when is your next trip out of LAX? Thanks for Ontario show. Spencer said he met you last year. Yes, he sure did. I have not seen Spencer. I think he's been in the chat a few times, I think on Sunday. Flight arriving committed from SFO, a 737-900ER. John Zoller with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, John. Says once the NFL schedule is out tonight, I'll know when I'm going to LAX and AVL. It comes out tonight, huh, John? Well, how exciting. It's come out at like 5 o'clock. much. And Shane with the $550 super chat through PayPal. Thank you so much, Shane. Amazing support as always. Shane says your shirt looks great, Kevin. I can't wait for mine to arrive. Thank you so much, Jane. Yes, Jane bought one of these shirts and I think a magnet and some stickers as well. Hold on one second here. What is going on here? All right. Everything that could go wrong is going wrong here today. Apparently we got the chat on the underlay here. 1 second here. Let me double check everything. Jane, thank you so much. Enjoy the new shirt. Try to bring everything over to a new computer. Now what I did, if you guys were wondering, so we've been having some RAM issues with our Mac. Our computers are out in the elements all the time, 3 or 4 times a week. So our computers don't last as long as they should, and they start showing little things here and there. So eventually we have to replace. I think the last computer that we replaced was about 2 years ago. So it's about time. So I transferred everything over from the old computer to the new computer, and apparently it didn't transfer over the extension, the web extensions, which makes our ability to put the super chats on the screen. So I apologize. We will not have super chats here today, but I will still read them out. Heck, I might even go on camera and read them to you. So thanks, you guys, for your awesome support, and thanks for understanding here today. I know a lot of you guys like to see your name on the screen. With a $3 super chat. Thank you so much, Spencer. Says hi, Kevin and everyone. Hi, little brother. You got your whole family in the chat here, huh? I do have Asiana, flight 201, the flight heading back to Seoul, the A380 Super, now pushing back from Tom Bradley. That will be heading up here for a north side takeoff. Also, Delta Airlines flight 504 coming in from Orlando, Florida, A321neo, next arrival. Yeah, this whole yelling at the Uber and Lyft drivers is something new. It's the A321neo at Delta coming in from Orlando, next to arrive here on the door side on runway 24 right.
JetBlue 5801 LA down runway 2012, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Mexico Dreamliner over there pushing back from Tom Bradley. That should be north side at takeoff. Charlie J with an awesome $20 super chat. Thanks so much. Charlie says, I picked a perfect day to work from home. Open office, too noisy. AVL, what's work? Exactly. Charlie, thank you so much. You can be more productive working from home watching AVL, right? That's what I say. Of course, we're usually not on Wednesdays. We will be live next Wednesday and the following Wednesday. So get used to us being live on a Wednesday, at least the next couple of weeks. Next week, we'll be live starting on Wednesday and Thursday at SFO there in San Francisco. It's going to be a beautiful couple of days, sunny, low 70s. Should be beautiful plane spotting. So Wednesday, Thursday next week, SFO, San Francisco. And then the following week, we head out to the TWA Hotel, bringing you back to JFK for 2 shows, Wednesday and Thursday. That is May 28th and the 29th. That is the Asiana A380 Super heading back to Seoul. Heading up here for our north side at takeoff. Our next arrival is JetBlue Flight 2801 and coming in from Fort Lauderdale. It's an A321. SFO. We're planning to go back up to SFO first week in June as well with Rudy, which will fall over a weekend. So maybe we'll see Adam in June. Enjoy our airside access show there in Ontario on Monday. Thanks again to the fine folks there at Ontario International Airport there in Ontario, California for allowing us to come out. Some awesome views, awesome sounds. Boy, it was windy. Sure was windy. We had a great time. What a beautiful airport. Great alternative to LAX. You guys all loved it. You know what? The great thing is they want us back. They want us back. They can't wait to have us back. That's always a good sign. Shout out to Steve and Cedric with Ontario for hanging out with us, bearing with us all day. Again, this is Asiana Flight 201. It's an 11-year-old A380 Super heading back to Seoul. Little turn and burn. Already rolling down at 24 left.
No stopping in the red zone. No stopping in the red zone.
Sounds like she needs some help down there. No one's listening. All right, we got the Aeromexico Dreamliner heading back to Mexico City. Flight 647. It's a 787-8 Dreamliner. All right, everyone's rushing over there to 24 left. This might be the loudest Dreamliner I think I've ever heard. Virgin Atlantic Flight 7, the flight coming up from London Heathrow, arriving on the south side here today. Should be a north side takeoff a bit later.
Mexico 647 Heavy, wind 220 at 13, bus 21, Farnham Del Rey, runway 24 left, before Florida.
Mexico 347 on Mountain Ray, takeoff support that day.
Alright, ready for takeoff.
609, LA Tower crossing turbulence, runway 24 left, to line of Boeing.
24 left, line of Boeing, Southwest 609.
By the way, I was going to mention, most of you guys probably don't even know because I didn't post anything, and many of you guys are probably asleep at this time. But 3:30-ish, just after 3:30 this morning in California time, which is 6:30, just after 6:30 for you guys there on the East Coast. A American 777-300ER flight coming in, actually heading to Sydney, made a return here to LAX, landing on runway 25 right. You're not going to believe it. I was sleeping, and I heard the alarm go off for the alert. Can you believe that? I was well far into sleeping, and I heard the alert go off, and I got up out of bed, raced to the computer, turned on the South Side stream, and I logged in and manually took control of the cameras at 3:30, I think it was 3:35, 3:40 this morning. And I caught the arrival on 25 right. There was no issues with the aircraft. It immediately headed back to Terminal 4. So that is the reason why I did not post anything. It didn't seem to be much of an issue, but it was an alert too. Of course, all the fire equipment was out there. When we did capture it live, it's still something you can go back and look at up until about 3:30 p.m. our time. So if you just go back to about 3:30-ish in the morning on the Southside camera on the 24-hour live stream, you will see it. But again, I didn't want to post anything because it didn't seem to be a big issue. But it was the flight coming in from Sydney, the American 777-300ER. But that just shows you, even in my sleep, I'm listening for you guys. I'm listening for those alerts. My mind is trained for the alert signals.
Alright, 1595 LA Tower, just verifying running 24 right, clear to land. 4 right, clear line, American 1595. Alaska 1143, LA Tower, 4 miles control, Boeing 737, wind 240 at 13.
In fact, I'm joking with everyone because to log into those cameras, I have to have a laptop near me, and it has to be a laptop that has access to the software and everything that we use. So I joke and say, like yesterday we went to lunch at the Proud Bird, I jokingly say that I need to have a red briefcase with me with the computer inside, just in case something, an alert comes out, I don't want to miss it. So I gotta have that computer with me. I think I'm gonna, anytime you guys see me at the Proud Bird or wherever, the La Rocas or wherever, El Coyote, I'm gonna be hanging, there's gonna be a red briefcase that's gonna be with me, and you know, oh, that's that secret computer Kevin's gotta log in on. Next arrival is American Airlines Flight 1595, taking it from Vegas, 737-800.
Got 2119, LA Tower, 5 miles and trail to Boeing 737, wind 230 at 13, that's 21, and a 24 right, right line. Well, yeah, 24 right, that's 2119.
Is Alaska Airlines Flight 1143 coming in from Portland, a 737 at MAX 9, followed by a Delta 757-300. That's good to see they brought back the 757-300s. This flight coming in from Minneapolis, Flight 2119 with Delta. That's the second 757-300 I've seen just this morning, or since I've been here at about 11-ish. Network. It's a $3 super chat. Thank you so much, Network. Appreciate that. Allison N, one of our great mods, gifting the 10 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Allison. One of our great mods. Managing mod here on the channel. Allison always doing a great job gifting 10 of you guys gifted memberships here on the channel. Of course, Allison will be there at the TWA Hotel with us in about 2 weeks. 2 weeks time. First broadcast 2 weeks from today. There from the TWA Hotel. All right, up next, Delta Airlines Flight 2119 coming from Minneapolis, a 21-year-old 757-300. Also at the Big Q, Qatar Airways Flight 739 coming from Doha, A350-1000, just 7 minutes out. extended versions with Delta aircraft. We do have a Delta 767-400ER now making its way over here to 24 left. This flight 446 heading to Atlanta, Georgia to 24-year-old 767-400ER. Also, Korean Air Flight 18, the 747-8 heading back to Seoul. I've got news for you. The second 747, I'm sorry, the second flight with Korean Air is once again a 747-8 Intercontinental, and it indeed is the newer aircraft, I'm sorry, the newer paint job on that aircraft. That is flight 101 coming in a bit later in today's broadcast. So we'll see two Korean Air Queens here throughout the course of the day. The first one now pushing back. We'll be headed up here for north side takeoff.
Delta 446 Heavy, LA Tower, winds going to push up the South Complex, and your 24 left, line of point. Like 24 left, line of point, Delta 446 Heavy.
Delta 767-400ERs, roughly about the same age. Seems like they took delivery of their aircraft in a very short time. Jody says, that plane whistles while it works. Da, 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 da. You're right, Jody. I like that, Jody. Again, this flight heading to Atlanta, Georgia.
With 22011, gust 18, turning 24 left, left takeoff. Delta 448 Heavy, running 24 left, left takeoff, on Delray. Sorry about that. Delta 446, clear takeoff, 24 left, Delray.
Air 747 heading up here, about to make a right-hand turn at the taxiway Echo. First of two Korean Air Queens that we will see here today. Of course, this is the older livery. We'll see the newer livery later on. Plane, Trains, and Things, gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Plane, Trains, and Things. That's not all. Also, a $20 super chat from Planes, Trains, and Things. Thank you so much, Plane, Trains, and Things. Love the Ontario coverage, TWA Hotel, and seeing different locations. Thanks for all that you do. My pleasure. Boy, we have a busy couple weeks ahead. And of course, Ontario was great, an airport we've never been to before. And you can't get airside access every day, so we'll take that. Of course, SFO next week. And New York at the end of the month. Planes, Trains, and Things, thank you so much. SA78247 with an awesome $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Says, really enjoyed the airside action from Ontario yesterday. Hope you can do it again soon, Kevin. Always appreciate your hard work. John in San Antonio. John, thank you so much. As I was saying, yeah, Ontario is like, when are you guys coming back? Definitely would love to come back. A lot of you guys did say that day we were in Ontario. Can you, this is great and everything, Kevin, but can you do Burbank? Can you do Santa Ana? Can you do Long Beach? Can you do San Diego? Can you do all that? And the answer is we would love to. It's not, we search it out, and either they say yes or no, and that's all we can do. So the fine folks in Ontario gladly allowed us to come up there and do that, and now they want us back. So it's a great partnership we formed with that airport. Again, this is Green Air Flight 18 heading back to Seoul, the 747-8 Intercontinental.
Cross, right, super left, trap, holding the position, take contact down, 0.65. Number 2807, exit picture, cross, runway 24 left, trap, holding,
clear for takeoff. And she is now rolling down the 24 left. Heading back to Seoul, the first of two 747-8 Intercontinentals we will see here today. Of course, a bit later, we will see the updated, newer version of that livery. All right, the big queue up next. Flight 739 coming in from Doha.
Taking traffic 2 miles east of you inbound to Hawthorne and Skyway, descending out of 1,600. Carrier 52 X-ray, turn left at Victor, cross heading 24 left, contact going on to south.
China Eastern Airlines Flight 586 heading back to Shanghai at 777-300ER. Should be heading up here for north side at takeoff, as well as on the Nippon Airways, the ANA Future Promises livery heading back to Tokyo Narita Flight 5. Also could be a north side takeoff. British Airways Flight 283 coming up from London Heathrow, the 777 heading to the south side, as well as ITA, that A330, also heading to 25 left. Lots of honking. And of course, heading here to the north side, no doubts, the Lufthansa Queen, Flight 456, coming in from Frankfurt. The 12-year-old 747-8 Intercontinental, now just 19 minutes away. Approaching the top of the hour, almost 1 o'clock here in Southern California. ANA in the Future Promises livery on the 787-9 Dreamliner. Of course, the last time we saw this was on Sunday for the big Sunday show. They do have 2 of these Dreamliners in the exact same livery. That is the reason why we see this livery so often here at LAX. They have a total of 2 of those. Austrian. In the My Austrian, this used to be the sound of Austrian. Flight 81 coming from Vienna, 777-200ER, 7 minutes out, looking like a north side arrival. Still got that China Eastern 777-300ER there in that alleyway between Terminal 3 and Tom Bradley. Hope you guys are all having a great week so far. Tomorrow, Thursday, then it will be Friday. And of course, we'll be high atop the H Hotel, which we can actually see from the parking garage. I'll be up in that corner right there, giving you all the action as we welcome TAP Air Portugal back here to LAX. Scheduled arrival time is in the 2 o'clock hour, departing around 4:30. We'll start that broadcast starting at noon on a Friday, high atop the H Hotel.
On side heavy LA Tower, line up accelerate with 210 at 12, that's 23, running 24 left, let's take off. 24 left, take off, all in ball 5.
China Eastern heading over here to 24 left. First up will be on the Nippon Airways, the Dreamliner.
005, wind 220 at 12, that's 23.
Yeah, that hotel, 12 stories up. 12 stories up when we're on the patio deck, and 13 stories up. Those cameras for the 24-hour live broadcasts.
Fall back forward the visual for 24. 7494 LA Tower 8 at India, 1530 LA altimeter 3005. Wind 220 at 11, go 23. Cross hold turbulence, heavy zone 787 is part of the inboard, and running 24 left.
Flight 5 heading back to Tokyo Narita on the 787-9 at Dreamliner.
Running 24 right, clear to land. Check mark, clear to land, 4 right, and upon 5 heavy, have a good flight. Okay, we've got a bunker.
All right, up next, this is China Eastern, the 777-300ER flight heading back to Shanghai. Do have Delta Airlines Flight 1294 coming in from Austin, Texas, an A319 up next, followed by Air Canada Flight 554 coming in from Vancouver, 737 MAX 8, followed by that Austrian 777 coming in from Vienna.
Okay, Echo 7 line up, wait, 24 left, yeah, 24414 LA Tower, LA altimeter 3005.
Let's go to the A319, that short funnel for runway 24 right. How's the audio for you guys? I know some people are like, Kevin, we can't hear you. I'm not important. It's the planes. Those are the important sounds. Let me know in the chat, how is the audio? I can bring down the natural sound. But to me, the plane sound is the most important. I'm just filler. China Eastern, the 777-300ER up next, as we do have that Austrian 777 up next for arrival on runway 24 right. That used to have the music notes on the side of the plane have been taken off. Still has the My Austrian. 777 struggling with the wind just a tad.
Option 81 heavy, exit at gate east hold short, 24 left. Option 1244. Option 81 heavy, hold short, 24 left at gate east.
China Eastern 777 was taking off as Austrian was landing. This flight headed to Denver, Southwest Airlines Flight 432 to 737 at MAX 8. Michelle RS, one of our great mods, giving the Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Michelle. Awesome support. Long-time member, long-time viewer, and long-time mod here on the channel. Thank you so much, Michelle. I guess it's the top of the hour time too, isn't it? All right, let's do it.
Bravo 3379, LA Tower, 2 minutes wait to drop off, stop somewhere. Okay, back to the heads up, stop up, 3 seconds. Emirates 467, visual 24 right. Delta 494, crossing the 24 left by Victor, contact ground point 65. That's correct, 4 right at Victor, ground point 65.
Just after 1 p.m. here in beautiful, a little windy, Los Angeles, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of LAX Plane Spotted right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Some Wednesday action here on May 14th. 2025. And I'm your plane jockey Kevin here at the East Economy Parking Garage, giving you guys the awesome sounds and views of the north side of LAX. Runway 24 left to runway 24 right in front of our cameras. Sit back, relax, I got you covered. We're just getting started here today. Good to see you guys. All right, the Lufthansa Queen up next is Austrian, as well as a few other planes now cross over 24 left. Head to their gates. American Airlines Flight 26 coming up from Tokyo, Haneda to 787-8 Dreamliner up next. Will be followed by the Lufthansa Queen. JR with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, JR. The other day at Ontario, they were driving around, showing me spots where we could potentially go live from, and I said, "This is good. This would be a beautiful shot. This is a beautiful shot." And as we headed toward the, hold on one second, I'll explain here after this plane lands. So as we were driving over to the terminal area, we were driving back. Our car with all the equipment was parked in a secure area on the south side of the airport, and the terminals are on the north side. So we were driving, and a bunch of planes were waiting to take off on runway 26 right. And as we were driving by, I said, "Is there a chance we could just set up right here?" They said, "Yeah." I said, "Now why would you want this compared to the other spot?" I said, the sounds, as the planes are sitting there waiting to take off. We love those sounds. I want to be as close to the sounds as I can get. So they allow me to set up just outside of the taxiway, heading to 26 right there at Ontario. I think when we go back, I'm going to suggest maybe the opposite corner, so we're a little bit closer to UPS, so we can get as close as we can to those Queens and MD-11s. Wouldn't that be something? Speaking of Queens, this is Lufthansa Queen, flight 456, coming in from Frankfurt. Next to arrive here on the north side. So as we were leaving that night, Stephen Cedric asked us, well, how did it go? Did everyone enjoy it? I said, did they enjoy it? Oh, yeah. I said, here's the deal. I said, most people watch our broadcast now on their big screen TVs. And, you know, the big screen TVs are connected to massive surround sound stereos and all that jazz. I said, people love, including myself, and I know Rudy does too, love to watch these streams on their big screen TV with their surround sound stereo, full blast. They love to feel the roar. They want their walls to shake. And they laughed at me. I said, oh, we totally understand. I said, that is why I wanted that shot. That's why I wanted to be as close as I can to the planes, because the sound is really important to me, because I know you guys really do enjoy just blasting it in your home, in your apartment, wherever you are. And you know, your wife or whoever, your kids come into the room and they go, oh, you're watching that thing again? And you go, yes. And I'm going to turn it up and those walls are going to shake. Am I right? The 777-300ER heading back to Manila. Flight 113 next, second in line for takeoff. You know, just ask the contractor who put the 24-hour live streams together. I said, you know what, the cameras are important, but the most important thing to me is the audio. We need to make sure the audio is just as good as the video. So audio has always been very important to me, even since my days of being a TV news photog. If you don't have good audio, it's just a silent film. Am I right? All right. Philippine Flight 113 777-300ER.
Area 1. 0267. Alaska 505, hold short for next to 4 left. Hold short for 4 left, 505.
Air France Flight 22 coming in from Paris, 777-300ER. 7 minutes out, looking like a north side arrival here on the north side at 24 right. It's Philippine now heading back to Manila, now roaring down. 24 left. machine. And by the way, I want to thank you all for tuning in here today. I saw this aircraft on the list of special liveries here at LAX today. Glad we're seeing it taking off here on the north side. So thank you, Delta. Thank you. My friend Nancy gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Nancy. I saw in the chat, Nancy was saying she booked a room for the 24-hour live broadcast in June 21st through the 21st, June 20th through the 21st. There at the H Hotel, Camp AVL. Should be a good time. Queen not making that turn, heading to Tom Bradley. Should be seeing that back here on the north side a bit later. Airline Flight 6, A350-900 coming in from Taipei, 20 minutes out. Emirates A380 Super Flight 215 coming in from Dubai, now just 42 minutes away, running about a half an hour early. James from Baco with the $5 super jump. Thank you so much, James. This is Lefty Ontario stream. My favorite was the turn and burn action on all the feeders from Bakersfield. Yes, we had a lot of FedEx feeders coming in from all over the place, and then the Mera flights were the feeders for UPS. Start to E321 heading to Salt Lake City, flight 1647. You got that Air France 777 up next for arrival.
Report to departing Airbus 321 in sight. Departing Airbus in sight, Galaxy 5370, maintain distance separation, RNAV accelerate, wind 22012, gust 21, running 24 left, clear for takeoff. Clear takeoff, 24 left, visual separation,
Delta. Have a great flight to Salt Lake City.
Hold short, running 24 left. Hold short, runway 24 left, Galaxy 37.
Air France 777 at 300 flight coming in from Paris. WestJet flight 1697 heading to Vancouver, 737-800. You're hearing that Delta 767-300ER heading to Honolulu for 465. I'm telling you, you can hear these 767s miles away. Miles. I'm telling you, miles away, these 767s. She is 26 years of age, delivered in October of 1998. Qantas Flight 11 here today. It's been going to the south side, arriving on 25 at left. It looks like it once again we'll be heading to 25 at left. Qantas Flight 11, the Sydney flights. 44 minutes out.
Tower 4099, visual Tower 4099, LA Tower 1012, number 175, heavy going 760, will start the inboard, southwest airline. Highway 230 at 12, just 21, and it's 24 right for airline. Highway 24 right for airline.
There is another Delta 767 at 300ER now pushing back. That one heading to JFK, flight 939, also 26 years of age. Takeoff 24 left, WestJet 1697. Noah asking about the schedule for AIRLINEVIDEOS Live. So our normal schedule, Noah, is Tuesday, Fridays, Sundays. This week we had a special in Ontario on Monday. Of course, today, Tuesdays are usually live broadcasts, but I needed a day off after Sunday and Monday. So we decided to give you a show here today on Wednesday. We'll be back on Friday, and of course the big Sunday show. Rudy will be back with me on Sunday. And then we head to SFO next week. Wednesday, Thursday shows at SFO next week, followed by Wednesday, Thursday shows once again in New York. So get used to the Wednesday, Thursday back-to-back shows in the next 2 weeks. SFO next week, followed by New York.
465 heavy, RNF to Delray, wind 230 at 11, gust 21, and 24 left, prepare for takeoff. RNF Delray, clear pickup 24 left, up 460. Skyway 5429, LA Tower, crosswind turbo, running 24 left, line of point. 24 left, line of point.
This flight heading to Honolulu, now rolling down to 24 left.
Departure is WestJet 1697 long. Sheriff 7, 30 o'clock. Sheriff 7, clear down Bravo airspace as requested. Report on station, squawk 0247. Frankfurt 2069, correct. Sailing 2069, LA Tower 4 miles control of a Emirates A380, wind 230 at 11, gust 21, and 24 left to the left. LAX is right.
It was an EJAT arriving from Phoenix. That is the aircraft you just heard fly by us here. This is 767 heads to Honolulu.
Delta 465 Heavy, have a good flight. Contact Soka departure. Aloha. Delta 465 Heavy.
And this one will be heading to JFK. It should also be a north side takeoff.
Police 18, leaving Los Angeles, Barbara Airspace, blocking your file, frequency change first.
Next arrival here on the north side is Delta Connection SkyWest Flight 4099 coming from Reno, Nevada. It's an E175 followed by Spirit Flight 2069 coming from Newark on an A321neo. Some other information, other news going on here on the channel. So you guys all know I got interviewed by the New York Times. Was it last week or the week before? Not quite sure when that article is going to be released, but I also had an interview about 2 months ago by a journalist who texted me the other day and said that the story is now going to air in the Hollywood Reporter. The Hollywood Reporter now doing a story about us here at AVL, as well as the New York Times. So there's a couple of articles that are going to be floating out there, print articles, here in the next few weeks. Some exciting news.
Tower 3951, cross 124 left add, Victor, contact ground point 65. Cross for left, Victor, ground 65. Tower 6429, have your flight, contact Soka departure. For departure, good day, what's the
Joni said you told Jimmy Kimmel about AVL. You know, I've met Jimmy one time at the Skechers peer-to-peer run from Redondo to Redondo to Hermosa to Redondo, or is it Redondo to Hermosa Beach?
Forward 3 LA Tower, LA altimeter 3005, third Anna Bravo Airspace Area 1, squawk 0231.
But some good press coming out. Of course, KTLA did a story on us a few weeks ago.
Super left at Victor, contact ground point 65.
That's 24 left at Victor, ground point 65, Sky 49.
The flight coming in from Newark, A321neo.
Sheriff 7, leaving Los Angeles, Barbara Airspace, block 305, frequency change first.
The Delta 767, the flight heading to JFK, now making that right-hand turn onto taxiway Echo. China Airline Flight 6, A350-900 coming in from Taipei, just 4 minutes out. Do I have to get on my megaphone again?
Attention, attention everyone. There is no stopping in the red zone.
What happened to our officer? She was doing such a great job. Everyone's stopping in the red zone, by the way. Joni, I might have to get your Kleenex.
Delta 979 Heavy, LA Tower, only 24 left, line of the way, waiting for drop off the south complex.
24 left, R-Boy, Delta 939 Heavy.
Off to JFK in the 767 to 300ER. most annoying car alarm I think I've ever heard. I think it heard me.
All done at 007 mile final, runway 24 right. Down to C006 Heavy, LA Tower, heavy Boeing 767, we'll depart the inboard call to Airline. Wind 220 at 12, gust 1 feet, running 24 right, clear to left. Runway 24 right, clear to left, down at C006 Heavy.
All right, holding there on 24 left, heading to JFK. Do I have time to go run get a Kleenex?
Delta 939 Heavy Boeing 777, departure stop Frankfurt, causeway turbulence, RNF Delray, wind 220 at 12, gust 1 feet.
Gary, what's going on, Gary? Gary sunken in the chat. Gary, I'm not coming back to TV News.
Southwest 3947, LA Tower, causeway turbulence, ready 24 left, line of the wing. 24 left, line of way, Southwest 3947.
All right, heading to JFK, now rolling down to 24 left.
Delta 939 Heavy, have a good flight. Contact Soka departure. Departure, Delta 939 Heavy, take.
All right, we'll head to China Airlines. The flight coming up from Taipei, up next.
Southwest 3947, RNF Delray, wind 220 at 12, gust 1 feet, running 24 left, left takeoff. Left takeoff, 24 left, RNF Delray, Southwest 3947.
Lunch. We do have a China Airlines cargo 777 freighter flying above us, though I think I missed it. I apologize. I caught it too late. Next arrival, Spirit Airlines Flight 2685 coming in from Vegas, A320 Neo. Hey, it's a friend. Dated Tucks. Contact departure. So we got one tater in the house. Tater tots. Contact departure. Also have JetBlue Flight 1223 coming in from JFK to A321 at just 5 minutes out. Norse coming in from London Gatwick, flight 711, 787-9 Dreamliner, just 20 minutes out. The Emirates A380 Super coming in from Dubai, now just 27 minutes away. Next arrival is that Spirit flight coming in from Vegas, flight 2686. This flight heading to Sacramento in this E-Jet Delta Connection SkyWest flight 183812. Followed by Air Mexico flight 783 heading to Guadalajara, 737 MAX 8. So flight heading to Guadalajara, number 2 for takeoff is wait for that Spirit flight up next for arrival. Be followed by that JetBlue A321 coming in from JFK.
November 132 Lima, November, Los Angeles, Los Angeles, altimeter 3005, switch to Los Angeles, 6 on my route, maintain GFR out of below 150.
If you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button, feed the beast, subscribe if you're new, and make sure your notifications are all set. Our next live broadcast will be on Friday, back high atop the H Hotel, starting at noon Pacific, as we welcome TAP Air Portugal back to LAX. Flight arrival time is about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, departure time in the 4 o'clock hour.
With 1243, Los Angeles with T40 at 12 with T4 right, clear to land.
Well, it's correct. 12 minutes.
China Airlines A380, now heading to Tom Bradley.
Spirit 2686 to Victor Crossing with T4 left to contact ground point 65.
Took all the way to Fort Ed and ground port 65.
Who do we have in the chat here today? One of our great moms, Super AG Adrian, Dimitri, Carly S, Golfing Amy the Photon, Gina M, John, Blue Aviation, Bev A, one of our great mods, Soul Surgeon Emily, one of our great mods, Joshua Leclerc, Allison N, one of our great mods, Patrick Lloyd, Wendy, Raimundo, Nathan, and so many more. Thanks you guys for tuning in. Hello, hello, hello. All right, up next is that JetBlue A321 flight coming in from JFK as we wait for this flight heading to Guadalajara in the 737 MAX 8. Howdy, howdy, everyone.
Number 2, leaving November, leaving Los Angeles, airspace, keep code, contact Alpha Tower 12171. Tower, wind 220 at 11, runway 24 right, clear to land.
Clear to land 24 right, American 3.
You guys see the new JetBlue Dunkin' Donuts A320 livery? There's more to it than just a livery. So here's the background to the Dunkin' Donuts A320. The jet will fly select routes on Mondays from May 19th to September 1st, with routes rotating weekly. Alongside the custom design, JetBlue and Dunkin' are offering loyalty perks for travelers who catch it in the sky. Earn rewards just for flying it. Travelers who fly the Dunkin' jet on eligible Mondays can earn Mosaic 1 status for JetBlue TrueBlue members, boosted status for Dunkin' Rewards members. Existing Mosaic members get 20 bonus titles. Boosted members earn 2 times Dunkin' points for 3 months. Of course, terms apply and all that jazz. So if you fly in that Dunkin' A320 on a Monday on selected routes, and you're a TrueBlue member already, you can become Mosaic. I want Mosaic. Let's see. I will not be on the East Coast on any Monday in the next few weeks. Of course, you have until September. Of course, you don't know what route it's going to take. Oh, boy. It's pretty cool that they did that, though, didn't they? It's more than just a special livery. I want Mosaic with JetBlue. It's American Flight 3, A321, coming in from JFK.
IMEX 783, wind 210 12, RNAV Delray, wind 24 left, 34, takeoff.
RNAV Delray.
Cut 401, Local Tower, 24 left, line out the airway.
Right, 24 left, line out the airway, 401. 133, 9 miles out, visual.
3 Los Angeles Tower, airfield, Southeast Far 16th Street. Horizon 2133, Los Angeles Tower, wind 22012, with 24 right, clear to land.
Turn around, 24 right, route 5133.
E-Jet lining up, that is United Express. SkyWest Flight 5401 heading to Reading.
American 3, Victor, hold short, number 24 left.
That's Victor, hold short, 24 left.
401, wind 22013, RNAV
Next
Delray,
arrival
wind
is
24 left.
Alaska Horizon Flight 2133 coming from Medford, E175, looks like Norse heading to the south side. The Emirates A380 Super now just 11 minutes out. FA Delta 757-300 starting its taxi. Should be heading up here to 24 left.
401, contact 80.
To departure set 401.
Plus 2551, Los Angeles aircraft, southbound 0 with 24 left, 9 week.
Liability 24 left, Delta 2551.
The Delta 737 touching down, coming in from SFO, flight 2272. This Delta A380 heading to Portland, Delta Airlines flight 2551, followed by Delta Airlines flight 914 heading Minneapolis, 757 at 300.
Victor, crossing with 24 left, the contact ground point 65.
Victor, cross on 24 left and ground point 65, Delta 22.
Of course, both these aircraft, the A380, including the 757-300, all originally with Northwest.
Wind 230 at 13, or wind 24 right, clear to land.
Put right to the right, Delta 361.
Delta 2551, wind 23012, RNF Del Rey, room with 24 left, so your core takeoff.
RNF Del Rey, clear for takeoff 24 left, Delta 2551.
Delta 914 heavy, off
Again, this Delta 757-300 heading to Minneapolis. Carly S with the super chat. Thanks so much, Carly. It's great to be here on my birthday. Well, happy birthday, Carly. Hope it's been a great day so far. It's always good when you guys are tuning in on your birthday. All right, so we wait for that 757. We do have the Emirates A380 Super on the downwind at leg.
24 left, 34 to the
24 left to take up on FL Rey.
Finding things very well here today.
4 left, line up and wait, 4756.
There it is. Flight 215 coming in from Dubai, the A380 Super heading toward us here on the north side. Skywest 3755 coming from Sacramento.
They would only be briefly.
Also a Flexjet flight 605 coming in is Truckee on an Embraer 600 Sorry, I got distracted by a couple of heavies on the south side. Atlas Air Flight 957 coming in from Miami, a 747-400 will be on this south side, followed by Airlogic.
Alpha 3561, cross on my 24 left and ground 465. Cross, total ground 465. Tower 4756, contact. Tower 4756. Jet 605 Alpha Tower with 210 at 11, number 24 right, clear to that. 24 right, clear to land, left 605.
And Francis Waits, gifting 5 AIRLINEVIDEOS Live memberships. Thank you so much, Francis. Appreciate that awesome support. Francis gifting 5 more gifted memberships here today. Thanks, you guys. Well, I tell you, it's very busy up here. Here high atop the parking garage. As you can see, I'm pretty much the only one on this side of the parking garage. Spring break is officially over. It's coming back to kind of deserted area here high atop the parking garage. Emirates number 2 for arrival following that flex jet.
Emirates A380 Mike Super Los Angeles Tower with 210 at 11 on my 24 right, clear to land. Shoreline route, maintain VFR at below 150. United 2603, lights area set.
Ready to go, yes.
Yeah, 2603,
Nice.
122,
Yeah,
jet 1 on that
A380
Delray,
Super.
24 left, 34 takeoff.
On that Delray, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. Jet.
Flight 215 coming in from Dubai.
605, go to Victor and hold short, runway 24 left.
Certainly not our last A380 Super to visit us here on the north side. We also have Asiana, Flight 204, Lufthansa, Flight 452 coming in from Munich. Qantas will be going to the south side. Actually had lunch at the Proud Bird, which sits on the south side of LAX, and Qantas did go south yesterday as well.
Jet 605, cross runway 24 left, you know where you're proximity? Yeah, we're sticking to your south side. continue to push to 605, 10 cross 24 left to ground point 65. 2 cross 24 left, ground point 65. That's 2603, contact 8.
Departure 9.6.
Alright, now we'll cross over. Too far left, head to Tom Bradley. We should be seeing this A380 back up here on the north side. Place spotter Gabe with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Gabe. Says, hey Kevin, how's it going? Just finished AP testing. Well, hopefully it went well there. Oh, I don't like tests. Oh. I could have a nightmare about tests from school back in the day. Of course, the school year is coming to an end for a lot of you guys as we approach summertime. Start to flight. Heading to Seattle, flight 2606. Next arrival is WestJet, flight 1524, coming from Calgary, is 737 MAX 8.
10 on that Del Rio with 24 left, 34 to down. On that Del Rio 24 left, let's take a moment. Here's Julia, the left end of South Center to 3004. Okay, that's 2679, North South Tower, 24010 with 24 right, clear to land. Clear to land, 24 right.
Alright, we're going to swing over to the WestJet. Next up, 24 right. Of course, the Emirates A380 Super still heading to Tom Bradley of Vamos in the 20th anniversary sticker. Working for Latam again here today. Is being towed over to Tom at Bradley. So it looks like a Delta A350. Also being towed into Terminal 3. Next arrival is NetJets Flight 482 coming in from SFO and Embraer Phenom 300E. Followed by Heavy United Airlines Flight 2679. 787-9 Dreamliner coming in from Newark.
Wind 23010 on FL Ray with 24 left, 34 takeoff. On FL Ray, clear for takeoff runway 24 left, Delta 2267.
Emirates still making its way to Tom at Bradley. So we're approaching the top of the hour. The next arrival is that United Heavy. Also, ART hitting New Flight 943 coming in from Paris, 787-9 Dreamliner, 11 minutes out. Qantas Flight 11, the A380 Super, once again heading to the south side. We'll be arriving on 25 left.
42, hold short number 24 left. 24 left, 42. Cross number 24 left, pick up the ground 465. Cross 24 left, down 6.65. 6.267, not bad, Jake.
was the Dreamliner with United coming in from Newark. Southwest Airlines Flight 671 heading to Houston, Texas, the 737 MAX 8. Next arrival, a flight coming from Santa Rosa, California, Alaska SkyWest, Flight 3478 to the E175.
671, wind 2408 on Delray, or 24 left, 34 takeoff. Clear takeoff, runway 24 left on Delray, Southwest 671. Yankee cross 24 left, stop, left, subscribe, clear the 0.4 left, get over to Yankee, over to ground, unit 22 now.
The timing on that bus with his brakes almost sounded like there was a seagull. Seagull. Did you hear that? The bus brake sounded like a seagull. All right. I sounded really weird too. All right. As we take it to the top of the hour once again. After 2 p.m. here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. It is a little Wednesday action going on here on May 14th, 2025. And I'm your plane jockey Kevin here at the parking garage overlooking the north runways. Some buses are getting a little bit loud. North runways, 24 left, 24 right. We got you covered. Lots more to go, so don't go anywhere. Of course, I'm wearing the newest shirt design at shopavl.com. It's me. It is me, cartoon style. The holy moly incident that was captured here on the north side over a year ago. Like I said earlier, you can't take yourself too serious if you're walking around with a cartoon version of yourself. Right? Deborah Polehill with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Deborah. Says, Kevin, haven't been able to watch much except reruns at night, but today I'm off and you're in one of my favorite spots, playing some like calm in the chaos. Thanks for all that you do. My pleasure. Flight coming in from Santa Rosa, California. Deborah, thank you so much. Enjoy your day off. Avianca in the Star Alliance livery, flight 523 heading to San Salvador. It's an A320. We have the next takeoff here on the north side at 24 left.
Traffic hold position at Victor Cross 124 left, cop 6 target.
Well, all of a sudden now it got really quiet. Next arrival here on the north side is Southwest Airlines Flight 168 coming up from Oakland, California, 737-700. Will be followed by that Air Tahiti Nui Dreamliner coming up from Paris, Flight 943, number 2 for arrival. Let's head to that Southwest flight. Avianca now rolling down at 24 left.
5 miles trail, the heavy Dreamliner, the wind 230 at 8, number 24 right to 1. 168 at Victor, cross 124 left, ground flight 65 today.
And just like that,
Cross 24
Zeta Todd is now moved on.
Southwest 168.
Well, I lied. Qantas Flight 11 indeed is heading up here to the north side. Will be number 2 for arrival following the Air Tahiti Nui Dreamliner. So Qantas Flight 11 making that southern route in. Now heading to the north side will be arriving number 2 for arrival here on the 2-4 right here on the north side of LAX. Again, this Dreamliner coming in from Paris, Air Tahiti Nui. Battling a little bit of wind. Right up next, Qantas Flight 11 coming in from Sydney, Australia, the A380 Super, which I thought for sure was heading to the south side.
crossing with 24 left, off 165 meters.
Okay, we're taking off from my...
Crossing over 24 left. Start filling up those gates at Bradley. That is the Turkish 777-300ER flight 180 heading back to Istanbul. Getting up here for a north side takeoff. Also KLM flight 602 heading back to Amsterdam, a 787-10 Dreamliner now popping up on the radar. Should be a north side takeoff.
Skywest 3840. Coming from Tokyo Haneda on a 787-9 Dreamliner, now just 12 minutes out from arrival here on the north side. Will be runway 24 right. My friend Darren gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Darren. Appreciate your awesome support. 5 more gifted memberships here being gifted from our friend Darren. You guys, we're using a brand new computer here today, and of course Kevin forgot to do one little thing, one little detail he forgot. When I transferred everything over from the old computer to the new computer, apparently the Chrome drivers did not come over to the new computer, so we'll get him back for Friday's show, and of course Sunday. Super chats or your gifted memberships on the screen here today, but I can still read them out. And of course, we appreciate your awesome support. You guys all give the channel. And by the way, we're going to SFO next week. I booked the hotel rooms this morning. A lot better than a few weeks ago. In fact, 3 nights equaled what one night was 2 weeks ago. So much better. So we'll be heading up SFO next week, Wednesday, Thursday of the show dates there at Bayfront Park, there at SFO. And then the following Wednesday, Thursday, we'll be heading to JFK, give you live shows at the TWA Hotel on May 28th and 29th. That is a Wednesday and Thursday as well. To visit us at JFK in 2 weeks. Tower shows 4633.
4633, LA aircraft handle at 230.
We do have that TWA discount code you can use. Enter AVL TWA in the promo code area when you're booking your rooms there at their website.
make sure it's all one word, AVLTWA. And then that can be used all year long.
The red zone is not for parking. The red zone is not for parking.
There. I always like to help her out. She seems like she's having a... she's doing a great job, but no one's listening to her. So I make sure I get on my megaphone so everyone can hear me. Hi, it's South, the parking garage. A321 Neo flight coming in from Seattle, Delta Airlines flight 2914. Next arrival is United Express. SkyWest, flight 4633 coming in from Boise, Idaho, and E175.
Right there, your favorite city off 90, Romeo between the two ports, routine inspection. 90 Yellow Tower, good afternoon. Got one arrival at 2 miles out. Let's plan the outboard runway 3. Okay, plan the outboard, thanks, up 90.
Oh, there he is, Buttercup. Your favorite Ops 90, Mr. Buttercup. You're going to be doing some runway inspections. Darren back with Darren back with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Darren. Says happy Wednesday, Plane Jockey Kevin and the mods. And so great to be back again. I've been a loyal viewer for almost 3 years and joined as a member this year. Well, we appreciate your awesome support there, Darren. Welcome back. Your favorite Ops 90. Oh, I'm so tempted. Hold me back. Vehicle was at the I always see him at the airline collectible shows.
Only in this area. No private vehicle.
That's working perfectly a picture. Pull up down with it. That's picture cross. Pull up down.
We do everything on the Pond Airways, Flight 126, operated by Air Japan, coming up from Tokyo, Haneda 787-9 Dreamliner just over downtown Los Angeles. We'll be arriving here in about 3 minutes. KLM Flight 603, another 787-10 Dreamliner coming from Amsterdam, now just 17 minutes out. Also, United Airlines Flight 1321 coming in from Newark on a 777-200. Could also be a north side arrival. Speedbird British Airways Flight 281 coming from London Heathrow into 777-300ER, 26 minutes away. And La Polish Airlines Flight 21 coming from Warsaw, 787-8 Dreamliner, 24 minutes out as KLM Flight 602, the Dreamliner heading back to Amsterdam, now heading up here for a north side takeoff.
As a reminder, the red zone is for no parking. No shuttle parking also allowed. And Herb, we got to clean up in aisle 6. Herb.
Hopefully that helps her. No one's listening to her down there. No one's listening to anybody in LA. Oh, jeez, what am I talking about? Airways, the Dreamliner up next for arrival. That A321neo is the flight that came in from Seattle and now head over to Terminal 2. Oh, it's a new person each time? Is that the same woman? Not the same officer from earlier?
Alpha 1.6 heavy turn to runway 200 at 10, just 16, runway 24 right to 1. 14126, runway 4 right,
Oh, Bill A. All right, Bill, you know, I was going to ask you if you guys could give me that line.
Here we go. You ready for this? The white zone is for immediate loading and unloading of passengers. There is no parking in the red zone. I repeat, the white zone is for immediate loading and unloading of passengers. There is no parking in the red zone.
You know, when I did that behind the scenes with LAX, I offered to them, you know, I could be the voice inside the terminal if you wanted me to. I said, oh, okay. Sure, Kevin. I would love to do, you know, I would even charge them for the airport messages. I would love to walk into the airport and hear my voice in the intercom over and over and over again. The people most of the voices that you hear at LAX are people that have worked in the PR department at LAX. They're not professional. Well, some used to be reporters, but they didn't go out and hire professional voice recordings for those things. But I could welcome everyone to LAX, right? I have a nice calming voice. All right, KLM Flight 602 heading back to Amsterdam in that Dreamliner. Next is All Nippon Airways, that Dreamliner coming in from Tokyo Haneda.
91 from Zulu, proceed on runway 24. Southwest within 391 LA taxi, constantly service and Dreamliner 1 mile final, wind 210 at 10, gust 16, runway 24 right to 1. KLM 606 red, and then to come right to
sighted. You will be sighted. I repeat, you will be sighted. Singapore Airlines Flight 11 heading to Tokyo Narita, 777-300ER now pushing back. Looks like it's heading up here for a north side takeoff. Southwest Airlines Flight 391 coming in from Vegas, 737-800 is the next arrival. Buttercup doing a little runway check on 24 left. Look, Betty. Don't start with me.
Thanks, off 90, clear 24 left, east end. See ya. Off 90, Roger, have a good one. See ya.
You know, if later Tater was around, Tater would have said, later, Tater. Remember those days? Ah, we missed those days. All right, Singapore, flight 101 heading back to Tokyo Narita, now heading up for a north side takeoff. Here on the north side, British Airways Flight 281 coming in from London Heathrow, 777-300ER, 10 minutes out. Kana in between. Too early to call on that one just yet. Same with LOT Polish Airlines, that Dreamliner, 16 minutes out. Still a little too early to call on that one as well. Nathan asking how the weather is. It's a nice day. A little light breeze. It was a little windier earlier. Obviously sunshine. Not really any clouds. Some clouds in the distance. It's a very nice day for plane spotting.
Singapore 11 heavy, target up with people up on the way. Line up with 4 left, critical convoy 0, heavy 777, will depart terminal. Bravo, that was 4-9 Singapore 116.
All right, Singapore 1-1 heavy heading to
170, clearing area.
now I have no idea what she's even saying.
Delta 2820, turn left at Whiskey, hold short, runway 24 left.
If we hear her say, press the like button.
Idaho 40 LA target here, altimeter 3003 to LAX, stay with Mike. Idaho 40, clear to Bravo Air Station to Punch, 120266.
Got that United 777-200 coming in from Newark. Number 2 for arrival. Got another Delta 757-300 now, about to make a right-hand turn out to taxiway Echo. Flight heading to Atlanta, flight 715. Jeremy with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much. Jeremy says, where did the other controller end up? That was to be on the podcast. Oh, you're asking what happened to Tater Todd? We were going to put him on the podcast. Well, it kind of got put on the back burner. We haven't really done a podcast, audio podcast, in, geez, a year and a half. It's been a while. I think when we had Tater Todd on the show on that Sunday, he came in like early August. It was the next week that I broke my arm. And of course, we all know what happened after that. And things just kind of, a lot of things got put on the back burner. So a lot of stuff has been going on. Of course, now we're going into the busy travel season for us here on the channel. So we gotta bring that back to podcast at some point. But it's not. I wouldn't say it's on the top of the priority list at this point. Charlie and I ate at In-N-Out Burger out here outside of LAX after Ontario's live stream. I was hungry. I didn't eat lunch. Actually, I take that back. I did eat lunch. I had one of those tomato mozzarella sandwiches at Starbucks, and I was hungry. And of course, we waited to eat something until we got closer back to LAX. So we went to In-N-Out Burger. It was 10:30 at night, and there was still a long line of inside and outside. It amazes me how busy that In-N-Out Burger is, no matter what time of the day. Again, this flight heading to Atlanta, Georgia, and this 757-300. She says, somebody stop calling. Well, that should have been an instant citation. You're on your phone while you're driving? All right, we're having too much fun. All right, up next is that United 777-200 flight coming in from Newark.
Idaho 40 traffic 2 miles, east of position, descending out of 3,000, heavy 777, about 6. Idaho 40 approved. Delta 15, contact Circuit Park, get in. Hotel Delta 15, get in. Oscar 161 with Charlie, helicopter definitely altimeter 3003, proceed with Bravo airspace, via the shoreline route north, be above at or below 150 feet, 10217.
Oh, by the way, it wasn't yesterday. I think it was the day before. Was it Monday? I believe it was Monday. Today's Wednesday. Yeah, Monday. Monday, Alaska, utilizing one of the Hawaiian A330. It looked like there was also a Hawaiian crew on board that A330, of course, heading to Seoul out of Seattle. You know, I was talking to Jerry, one of our great mods, yesterday at the Proud Bird about that. I don't know how I feel about that. I'll be honest with you guys. How do you feel about that? Someone posted a video of the inside of that A330, and they showed the first class, and it reminded me how poor that first class is on those A330s. Rudy and I took one of those A330s to Honolulu last year, and we were, it's comfy seats, but it's not the standards of what you expect. So, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this Alaska using the A330 on a Seoul flight. I don't know. What do you guys feel? Well, I think, Brian, I'll be honest with you. I think that the Dreamliners, they have a couple of problems right now. I was talking to Jerry yesterday. I said this is not going. In the long term, this is not going to work. It's not going to work because you're going to cause confusion. People are going to think of Hawaiian A330 going to Seoul out of first Alaska. You got to commit to one brand or the other. You can't utilize both and think that that's going to work. I think the majority of the people on that flight yesterday were probably either loyal Alaska Hawaiian travelers. Of course, there was a lot of social media people on that flight yesterday. I'm sure yesterday was probably our Monday. I'm sure it was a booked flight, but in the long term, I don't think that's going to work. I think you either need to, and from what the rumors I had heard, that they were going to take the Dreamliners from the Hawaiian fleet and move those over to the Alaska fleet, and I think that's what they're going to have to do at some point, especially when they're launching flights to Europe on Alaska. So I would say expect, and as you know, Hawaiian only has 3 Dreamliners at this point. They only have 3, so it's really hard to pull those 3 out of the Hawaiian fleet when you've got a fleet of A330s that some are in need of repair, so you've got A330s down. So they need more heavy aircraft. They're going to have to, if they're going to pull the 787s away from the Hawaiian fleet and move it to Alaska, then you're going to have to buy some new planes for Hawaiian. The first class, they don't even have IFEs. The flight attendants come over and they give you iPads. There's no Wi-Fi, at least it wasn't on those A330s. So those aircraft just are in competition for Seoul you're up against a lot of stiff competition and heavy aircraft that have everything. And you're either going to have to change out the cabin on those A330s and bring it up to standards, or order some new aircraft. You got to do something, because the current state of those cabins in those A330s just, to my opinion, is not going to cut it. It's not going to cut it, and I'll be honest with you, it shouldn't cut it for the flights to Honolulu as well. They're in desperate need of a makeover on those cabins in those A330s. And up next, LAX, the Dreamliner coming in from Warsaw. I mean, you saw United coming out with a new cabin interior. Looks really nice. Of course, American coming out with a new updated interior. Of course, you've got Delta One updated as well. So everyone is updating their especially their first class, business class. Tell you that United updated cabin looks really nice. They're showing it off. They have the first cabin on a brand new 787-9 at Dreamliner. I'll tell you, American and United. American getting back into the game as being a, well, how do you call it? I mean, everyone, basically, times are changing, and I think someone from Spirit also acknowledged this the other day, is that we are moving into an era of air travel where it's not just about the cheapest flight anymore. People want luxury. People want that business class and the first class, and of course they want it at a decent price, but they want to fly in luxury. And the business model of Frontier and Spirit, though it will still work for many, is not what the overall public is wanting right now. The tides have kind of changed in what the general public wants when it comes to air travel. So a lot of these airlines are like, oh, put back in the IFEs and put this back in, and let's add some more first class cabins and more business class. Of course, the airlines make a lot more money in first class and business class. In fact, some of those flights, they make all their money in the front of the plane rather than the back of the plane. So in fact, wasn't it United was going to come out with a Dreamliner that had nothing but business class on it? I know once you get a taste of flying like that, it's really hard to go back to economy. I mean, of course, it really comes down to the price, you know. I mean, some of these first class, business class, it's not cheap. You can find some deals out there, and of course, you can use your credit card points and stuff like that, but that's what people want. They want the luxury of air travel right now. It's not the, let me get the cheapest ticket. And they want their pods. They want those pods. They want the where you can sit and basically be in your own little space. That's like the hot thing right now. And every day I see some social media people showing video of designs of cabins, and they just get better and better and better. I mean, some of the stuff is just amazing. LAX A380 Orava Lufthansa King, flight 452, keeping it from Munich. This A380 Super now just 29 minutes away.
320 to Jockeys into the 210 line 9er, runway 24 right 1.
Awesome. Korean Air Flight 101, the brand new livery of the 747-8 coming in from Seoul, now just 27 minutes away. Yeah, Jeff and Mass, I agree. I guess they're like kids in a candy store at this point. They're all excited. Alaska now has heavy aircraft, and they're all excited. I get it. Obviously in time, more than likely, obviously they got the 12 Dreamliners. Most of those will be heading over to Alaska, and we'll probably be in the Alaska livery. Delta 767 heading toward us, if you couldn't hear it. Flight heading to JFK, flight 991, on this 25-year-old 767-300ER. Jeff says the Alaska CEO wants him to fly to Italy. Oh boy. Is a special livery with Alaska honoring those that serve. Flight 1144 committed from Seattle. It's the 737 MAX 8. Next arrival here on the door side.
RNAV Del Rey, I'll let you for left for takeoff. RNAV Del Rey, 2 for left, clear for takeoff, Delta 991 heavy. Got 3094, contact, still got a parking today. Roger, good day to use good station. Alaska 1144, the check in.
Right to flight to JFK now, rolling down the 24 left.
Runway 24 right for the line.
24 right clear line, Alaska 1144.
Skyway 6328, hold short, runway 24 left. Short to 24 left, guys, 5320. Skyway 160 at Victor, cross point 24 left, ground point 65, get in. Cross 24 left at Victor, Skyway 31. Skyway 320 at Whiskey, cross point 24 left, ground point 65, get in. Cross 24 left on Whiskey, 6328 over.
Right up next is a special livery honoring those that serve the 737 MAX 8 with Alaska.
show 3374 to Dogleg Drive base. Current 3374, LA Tower, good afternoon, the wind 210 at 11, runway 24 right to the left. Go ahead, close land, go 3374.
Next arrival is Alaska SkyWest, flight 3374, coming from San Jose, California. It's an E-Jet.
Alaska 1144, that's Victor, crossing 24 left, drop my 65 today.
Victor, cross 24 left, Alaska.
Hello, flight 105, coming from Tel Aviv, a 787-9 Dreamliner, 23 minutes away. 24 minutes out for the Korean Air 7478 Intercontinental, coming from Seoul, flight 11 in the updated delivery. Oh boy, 100 degrees in Texas. It ain't Texas. 100 degrees. It's not even June in Texas. I'm enjoying our cooler temperatures. It was hot last week. It's going to get hot again next week. Of course, we'll be in San Francisco. That's a little bit cooler. We're going to be in the low 70s. Beautiful, sunny. Still a little too far out to understand what New York is going to be. Hopefully not rain. Definitely do not want rain 2 weeks from today. Of course, I'll be watching the forecast. It doesn't matter. We're going anyway. Even if it's rain or snow or whatever it may be, we're still heading to JFK 2 weeks from today. That'll be Wednesday and Thursday, May 28th, 29th are the live shows. SFO next Wednesday and Thursday. Nice to see a green bus. I'm a little farther back than I thought. All right, never mind. Avianca flight 641 heading to Guatemala City. A320 Neo heading over to 24 left.
Alaska 641, LA Tower, defense traffic crosses downfield, runway 24 left, body away.
I'd say the weather is absolutely 100% perfect here today. A little light gust of wind, sun, mild temperatures, not too cold, not too hot. This is pretty average for us here in Southern California until pretty much the month of August. Then it starts getting really warm. Last week's temperatures were extremely warm. That is not typical of the Southland this time of the year. We're usually in the 70s until about August.
Wind 2207, gust 16 on SL, ready, runway 24 left for takeoff.
And I know that's why a lot of us live here, for the weather. Yes, we're talking about Ontario again. Well, I told you guys earlier when we left it the other night, they said, well, come on back anytime. In fact, we sent them a letter, a follow-up, thanking them, and they said, well, we can't wait until you guys are coming back. So we'll definitely go back up to Ontario. Of course, it's going to get warm out there.
LAX 641, contact still kind of about your day. Open departure, let's take 41.
Great, now I've got Beyonce's song in my head. It ain't Texas. Get it out of your head, Kevin. American Airlines flight 1362 coming up from Phoenix. The 737 MAX 8 is our next arrival here on the north side. We also have a heavy Delta Airlines flight 767. The 767-300ER coming up from JFK, just 5 minutes out. The Lufthansa King, just 10 minutes out. Lufthansa flight 452 coming up from Munich on the 15-year-old A380 Super. I was just going to mention that, Brandon. You know, StarLux is coming to Ontario for the first time next month. I forgot to ask what exact day it was.
Tower number 767 heavy, visual 4 right. Delta 767 heavy, LA wind 21010.
That's definitely a possibility. I'm sure they would love for us to come out and document the first arrival. Though those flights don't leave until later in the evening, kind of like China Airlines. So you probably just get the arrival. That's about it. The check-in desk, they're on the first floor of Terminal 4 at Ontario. The staff for StarLux was already preparing.
2766, tariff new 12209, gust 16, come with people right, good one. Good one, 24 right.
Asking about Starlink. How is Starlink going? I haven't really tested it much. That is the real reason why we're going to SFO next week, to test Starlink. And of course, if it doesn't work, if it works, it really doesn't matter. We'll still give you shows Wednesday, Thursday. But we are taking Starlink with us to SFO. Test it there. June 2nd, Brandon says. June 2nd. That is a Monday. We'll definitely send a email and ask if they would like coverage of that.
runway 24 left, clear for takeoff on FL, right? No, go right, 24 left, clear for takeoff, Like runway 24 right, to the land with 22010. Good land, 24 right, 65.
I'll tell you, May, the rest of May into June, it's really do a very busy time.
I gotta get you out of area 2 there in about a minute and a half, just a heads up. Okay. So 2766 cross runway 24 left to Victor, running now 0.65 stop. 24 left to Victor,
Up next is Delta Airlines Flight 767, the 767 to 300 ER coming in from JFK. It's the top of the hour time once again. Just after 3 p.m. here in beautiful Los Angeles, California, you are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here in your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Some Wednesday action going on here on May 14th, 2025. And I'm your plane jockey, Kevin, here at the East Economy Parking Garage, overlooking the north side of LAX, runway 24 left, 24 right. All the action, including an A380 coming up, so don't go anywhere. We got a lot on its way in, of course, on its way out as well. Make sure to hit that like button if you guys haven't yet. Share the stream with your family and your friends. And of course, if you're new to the channel, make sure to hit that subscribe button as we're approaching 1 million subscribers here on ABL. This flight heading to Nashville, Tennessee. Delta Airlines Flight 858, a 737-900ER. Flying back to Rome with that A380neo. Pushing the back from the gates of Tom Bradley. Could be a north side arrival. I'm sorry, north side takeoff. Here I thought the Lufthansa King was the next arrival. Looks like somebody got in between.
As he crossed on the Q4 left, and then counter ground 0.65. Q4 left, 0.65, Delta 767. Go 5518, Delta's going to move there. Victor, turn left to Victor, cross my Q4 left, pass control final. Take Victor, cross 24 left, traffic control final, go 670. Delta 858 down at departure. Departure 878. Wind 22010. November 3, Echo, turn left when able, where you park.
All right, up next, Lufthansa A380. I'm not quite sure who that was. Boeing business jet.
So the 858 kind of departure.
Flight 452 coming in from Munich.
United 1689, code 24. That's 1689, LA ground power, Airbus A380 rolling out, constantly turbulence, wind 2109, runway 24 right, middle in. Land 24 right, United 452 super, turn left to Yankee, cross runway 24 left. Lufthansa 452 super, left of Yankee, crossing 24 left to the booth. 452 super, contact now, 0.65, bye-bye. And Lufthansa 452 super, contact 65, bye-bye.
Korean Air Flight 101 in the newer livery. Number 3 for arrival here on the north side is this A380. Will now cross over 24 left, head to Tom Bradley.
Delta 895 LA Tower, wind 21010, runway 24 right, middle in. 24 right, clear to land, Delta 895. So the 895, you stop. We don't know anything about the emergency. We know you have medical, but we don't know any details. And I know you're busy. If you don't have time to answer me, that's fine. If you do, just let me know what you got. What we got right now is a passenger sort of mixed cabin that went into the lab on short front on our first attempt. And it's been in the lab after vomiting in her seat, and it's still been in the lab since then. And it continues to vomit.
The passenger sick on one of those flights.
Heavy, LA Tower, wind 22010, runway 24 right, settle in. Delta 895, thank you.
Delta 895. That is the arrival before the Queen. So a sick passenger in the LAV on that A321.
If you'd like, runway 24 left, it's also approved, just let me know. We'll stay on 24 right, Delta 895.
So ATC offering Delta Flight 895, the A321, 24 left, which would have gotten them to the Terminal 2 or 3 a little bit quicker. Pilots saying they will stay with 24 right.
1689, turn left when able, keep your speed up, cross runway 24 left, and then contact now 0.65.
Alright, we're taking with you across 24 left and contact ground on the other side of 0.65 and 16.
Alright, that's Delta 895 is the next arrival.
Picture 369 LHR, you should probably know this, but you're preceded by heavy Boeing 747, 4.5 miles ahead, constantly careful, so we 24 right, clear to land. 4 right, clear to land, that's good.
Ultra smooth and buttery landing for that A321. Not quite sure if the sick passenger is still inside the LAV
Delta
or not.
895, keep the speed up, any left turn is approved, cross runway 24 left, and then contact ground 0.65. Cross.
Cleared across 24 left, we'll contact ground on 0.65 on the other side, Delta 895.
Up next, Green Air Flight 101 in the new livery.
Delta 428, 123.010, and after Delaware, runway 24 left, with the takeoff. Takeoff 24 left, R now, Delaware, 420. Unit 011, have you turn left, hold short, runway 24 left.
By the way, Delta Airlines Flight 895 with the sick passenger is coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. Austrian heading to the south side here today. And then Lufthansa Queen, flight 457, heading back to Frankfurt. The 747-8 Intercontinental now pushing back from Tom at Bradley. As the A380 Super makes its way to Tom at Bradley. Next arrival is the Flex Jets. Heading up to the north side. Oh, here we go. Though the lighting condition's not great right now, but I was looking for the shot a while ago. We got the ITA blue and the Korean Air blue. They're both kind of backlit. Doesn't really give you a great clear image of the two blues, but certainly two of the bluest planes you're going to find out there right now in metallic blue paints. Of course, ITA's a little darker than Koreans. In one shot at Lufthansa Queen, now on taxiway Echo. We have a 2524 left.
southbound, flight runway 24 left, on the way. 24 left, runway 24.
Going to line up number 2 for takeoff, heading back to Rome, that A330neo. We do have Asiana Flight 204, A380 Super, now just 6 minutes out, north side of Bravo. Condor heading to the south side today. Korean there in the background that's still on taxiway Echo. We'll be heading to Tom at Bradley.
Line up front and wait. Traffic 276, you're rolling it with the Ultra, runway 24 left. Roll the way, Eagle Church, 4 left, traffic 276.
So 1-year-old A330neo with ETA delivered in December of 2023.
61 Heavy 124Z10 or nav, Delray, runway 24 left, for takeoff. Nav for takeoff, program, 276, hold short, runway 24 left, or 24 left. Left to 33, caution with turbulence, heavy Airbus running off the airport.
Making a turn, heading to Tom at Bradley with the Lufthansa Queen still sitting there on taxiway Echo. Not a bad day when you can get 2 Queens in one shot here. Read the sign, she said. Lufthansa number 2 for takeoff. Again, this is flight 457. This is a 12-year-old 747-8 Intercontinental heading back to Frankfurt.
Now,
up next for arrival on the 24 right.
Lufthansa 457 Heavy, 1230 to 10, gust 20, horn after Delhi, runway 24 left for takeoff.
Lufthansa 747 cleared.
Runway 24 left, line of away. 24 left, line of away, Delta 467.
That you guys could control, so you guys could take a look at everything going on BTS. So we tried it. I tried it a couple of years ago. Of course, again, the technology just wasn't there yet. Jeff, I appreciate your support of the channel. Asiana flight 204 now heading over 24 left.
8 out for 24 right.
Air France flight 23, the 777-300ER heading back to Paris, now heading up for a north side takeoff. Next arrival is Air Canada flight 556, coming in from Vancouver, a 737 MAX 8. Listen to those G90s. Gifting 50 AIRLINEVIDEOS Live memberships. Thank you so much, Jane. Awesome support. Yeah, 50 gifted memberships from our legend, Jane. And Jane, thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying today's show. Hope you're all enjoying today's show. A lot of action here on the north side. It's Wednesday. We're usually out here on a Tuesday. Wednesday, a little bit busier than a Tuesday, so it's good news for us here. Of course, we've got much more to go, so sit back, relax. We got you covered. Thank you, Jane.
2135 and Victor, cross runway 24 left, contact ground
You guys are still talking about Ontario there in the chat.
24 left, contact ground 125.
You must really like Ontario. Another 777 heading our way here to the north side. Cathay Pacific Flight 82 coming up from Hong Kong. 777-300ER, just 13 minutes away. Asiana A380 Super now heading to Tom Bradley. Air France Flight 24 coming up from Paris, 777-300ER, just 20 minutes out. Swiss Flight 40 coming up from Zurich on a 777-300ER, 23 minutes away. Iberia Flight 351 coming in from Madrid, A350, 37 minutes out. Everyone's paying attention to the signs, the red curbs, and all that jazz. Not hearing from LAX PD. Brian S. Mad About Planes. Gerald A. Sarah, the real deal. Sarah says, I would love for you to go back to Ontario and stand at the same spot. Well, I was talking about that earlier, Sarah. So originally when we showed up there, we were going to shoot the B-roll, as we call it, inside the terminal and on the ramp. So where we parked our car was actually on the south side near that 727, if you guys remember where that was. That was on the south side. So our car was parked over there. So we jumped in one of their trucks, drove around the airport, and on the way there, it wasn't too far from that 727. They said, I think this is a good spot for the live stream. I said, yeah, it would be great. There's no obstructions. And of course, you could see the terminals with the mountains behind it. It was a great shot. And I was fine with that. As we got a little closer to the terminal, as we were leaving to head back toward the southway, I saw the lineup. There was a lineup of a lot of Southwest, some United. They were all lined up there, ready to take off on 26 right. And I asked them, I said, is this an area that we could go live? They said, yeah. I said, can I just take a look at it real quick? So it was really close to runway 26 right, of course, the taxiway that took everyone over there. Now, if I go back, I wouldn't mind actually being closer to 26 left. That's where it seemed all the UPS flights were taking off, 26 left. I was closer to 26 right, which wasn't a bad shot. I'll take whatever is given to me, of course, airside. Of course, we were hoping that Amua 1 was going to take off. And I would say we packed up for about 20-25 minutes, hopped in the car, drove off, and we were on the opposite side of the airport, and Amua 1 was still sitting there waiting to head to Vegas. There was a ground stop. So I'm glad I didn't sit there and wait for Amua 1 to take off, because it just was not going to happen. David Pingalore becoming a silver member here today. Thank you so much, David. All right, since you guys want us to go back to Ontario so much, I just had my secretary. My secretary just reached out to Ontario to ask if we could come back for Starlux. So we put it out there. We'll see what they say. I'm sure they'll have us back for that night. I'm sure it's going to be a fantastic night getting Starlux for the first time in Ontario. So we'll see what they say. Of course, they said they wanted us to come back and visit. It's great exposure for the airport. You know, as I was talking to Steve, and if you guys go back and watch the interview with Steve, and of course we were talking a lot. Steve loves the Inland Empire, and we don't talk about the Inland Empire very much here in the west side of LA. This is kind of like, this is Metro LA. I mean, this is about as much as the metro part as you're going to get. LAX, downtown, the west side, Hollywood, the Valley, OC. A lot of people talk about that area, but not a lot of people talk about the Inland Empire, the IE, and there is a lot of pride out there in the IE, especially inside of the airport. And some of those gift shops, I'm sure you guys saw some of the merch, the I Love IE, the Inland Empire hats and stuff like that. So there's a certain pride out there in the Inland Empire, and they should be. It's a great area. It gets a little warm. It gets a little windy. I will say that. I've covered many stories out there in the IE with wind. But it's a huge area out there, the IE, which is considered Metro Los Angeles, by the way. So there's a lot going on out there. And I think for the most part, you know, Steve's background, I think, was in newspapers. And I think, and maybe they don't care, but I think some people out there feel that LA, Metro Los Angeles, the city, kind of, you know, everyone talks about LA. They think of this part of LA. They don't think about the Inland Empire. And so I think it was great exposure. I think there was a lot of people, certainly that watch our show, that really had no idea about what the Inland Empire was, first of all, the IE. Second of all, that airport was as busy and full of cargo. Yeah, we've talked about it many times here on the show that, you know, we should get out there one day for the UPS cargo. But I think a lot of people were very surprised what a great airport it was and how busy it was as well. It's the second busiest airport here in Southern California, so nothing to laugh about, that's for sure. That China Airlines flies the 777 to 300 in and out of there. I think that was a big surprise for many. This is Virgin Atlantic Flight 8. This flight will be heading back to London Heathrow. This A350 1000 now heading up here to the north side. Says she flew at Ontario in 1983 on the old Republic Airlines. A shrimp fleet says Santa Ana is busier than Ontario if you look at the numbers. Well, I'm sure in commercial passenger numbers, but in terms of the freight, I mean, big operation for UPS, FedEx, and Amazon Prime Air there at Ontario. Is Cathay Pacific Flight 82 coming up from Hong Kong at a 777 to 300ER.
Attention, everyone clear the area. Read the signs. There is no parking in the red zone. Do I have to say it again? Okay. No parking in the red zone. All right, 10-4.
She needs a little help here and there. No one's listening to her today. Read the sign. at 24 left. Flight 882 coming in from Hong Kong on this Cathay Pacific 777 at 300 ER. Crossing over at 24 left at the Tom Bradley. Dustin Jackson with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Dustin. Says, I love a Wednesday parking show. Thanks, Kevin. Well, thank you so much, Dustin. Appreciate that awesome support. Unfortunately, the super chats are not on the screen here today. Kevin made a mistake. I bought a new computer and something didn't get updated. So I apologize, super chats not on the screen here today. But I appreciate the awesome... I appreciate the awesome support. Why she's loud? How do they not hear her? How are they not paying attention to her? All right, looks like Air France heading to the south side as well as Swiss. I hope we get Iberia. It's not heading to Detroit. Delta looks like 708 A321. The winner on is guest. Queen taking off on the south side. She's not that one. Did you read the sign? Come on, read the sign.
Went to 4011, custom 19 on exit LA. Runway 24 left with the takeoff. And that's LA, 24 left.
Pull away from that real quick. They are towing away the Qantas A380 Super. That was flight 11 coming in from Sydney. so I don't know where she's at. Oh, she's sitting in. She's right there at a white. She's not even a real officer. She's part of that parking. LAX parking enforcement. I don't know if they're real officers. They're not. I don't know if they're technically a part of the LAX police department or not. Iberia looks like a north side arrival. Iberia flight 351 coming from Madrid, A350 900, just 7 minutes out.
Ship 535, 24 left. West Ship 535, LA Tower 1240, 9er, that's 19er, runway 24 right, 7 left. JetBlue 24 left,
Of course, if you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button, feed the bees, subscribe if you're new, and make sure your notifications are all set. Our next live broadcast will be on Friday, high top the EH Hotel, starting at noon Pacific.
Don't stop at any time, carry on, you will be sighted.
Ooh, we're back to the citations. A319, rocking and rolling down to 24 left. Iberia A350 checking in. Will be arriving on 24 right. Mexico flight heading to Mexico City. Flight 645 is 737 MAX 8. Heading up here for our north side to Victor Bravo's FlexJet Flight 535 coming in from Denver. Challenger 300. Followed by Iberia A350. Max 9 lined up there. And it is officially the top of the hour time already. Just after 4 p.m. here in beautiful Los Angeles, California, you are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here in your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live, a little Wednesday action here on May 14th, 2025. And I'm your plane jockey, Kevin, here on top of the parking garage, overlooking the north runways here at LAX. Thanks you guys for tuning in. Much more to go, so don't go anywhere. 777 to 300 yards, 6 minutes out. As well as SAS flight 931 coming from Copenhagen at A350 900, 16 minutes away. Both heading here to the north side, 24 right. Also, United Airlines flight 199 coming in from Shanghai, 787-9 Dreamliner, 12 minutes out. There's also a Qantas Air coming in from Anchorage to 747. Could be flying directly over us. We'll keep an eye on the sky just west of Santa Monica. Getting a little windy again, blowing stuff all around. That was the United A321 Neo. Coming in from Chicago O'Hare.
That 378, I'm holding on position. Turn left at Victor. Cross runway 24 left, not 165.
Left on Victory, 378.
Cross runway 24 left, contact ground 165.
arrival is EVA Air Flight 12 with 777-300ER coming from Taipei.
Delta 906 traffic, site visual 24 left. Delta 90 Los Angeles Tower, good afternoon. Looking by Heavy 777, Conway Silver. 124.14, runway 24 right, 7 left. Little left, 24 right, 790.
Getting more of those A321 Neos with the delay of the 737 MAX 10. Let's swing the camera out back to the east. EVA up next for arrival. The United Dreamliner as well as SAS A350 both heading here to the north side as well. Seattle, Alaska Airlines Indy honoring those that serve 737 MAX 8. Just made that right-hand turn onto Echo. Next arrival here on the north side, Delta Airlines Flight 908 coming in from Detroit, 737-900ER, followed by the United Dreamliner coming in from London Heathrow, Flight 935 would be 787-9 Dreamliner would be followed by United Airlines Flight 199 coming in from Shanghai. Also 787-9 Dreamliner. Back-to-back United Dreamliners coming up. passengers. This one coming in from London Heathrow. That is the honoring those that serve the MAX 8 that we saw arrive here on the north side a few hours ago. Heading back to Seattle. Head back to the east. We got our second 787-9 Dreamliner. This one coming from Shanghai, flight 199 United, followed by the SAS A350-900. SAS short funnel for 24 right.
Left 47, contact look up departure. Departure left 47, good day. Delta 718, contact with departure.
Flight arriving in from Copenhagen, the A350-900. Virgin Atlantic Flight 141, the A350-1000, the second one here today. 5 minutes out would be a northside arrival.
Scandinavian 931 Heavy, cross runway 24 left, taxi Yankee, hold short Charlie. Cross 24 left, taxi Yankee, short Charlie. 931.
Big Q, A350-1000, as well as, well, the A350-1000 now pushing it back. We also have China Airlines Flight 5 heading back to Taipei, and the A350-900 heading up to the north side. Super chat. Thank you so much, Chip. Appreciate that awesome support. Good to see you this past weekend. Hope you're doing well. I'm over here eating some Bucky treats. Chip, I ate this whole bag. Nutty bites. I guess I was hungry. Thank you, Chip. I wonder if she's actually sighted anyone today. I'm just helping her out with my megaphone. Apparently no one's listening to her, so I'm just trying to help her out. It's getting tough. Well, no one's... I'd get angry too if no one was listening to me. She doesn't want to have any paperwork. Probably not. So what she is actually... I'll explain it to you here in a second. Next arrival is Virgin Atlantic, the A350-1000 coming in from London Heathrow. exit and entry into this parking garage that I'm standing on top of is on the side street. So 94th Street in Jetway. Jetway is what heads over to Westchester, which is a major street. The congestion because of the moving the Uber and Lyft waiting lot over here has caused a lot more traffic. Of course, Uber and Lyft very popular until Waymo comes. And so, actually, since I haven't been here in probably about a month at the parking garage. The last time I was here, when you leave the parking garage, there are cars lined up on 94th Street, which is not an area that you can just park. And so they've had a hard time where people don't actually want to go into the Uber lot over here. I'll show you the lot. It can get kind of interesting over there. I can understand why some people don't want to go over there. Anyway, so people have been parking out on 94th off of Jetway, and that's not allowed. And so now they've got the police involved, trying to stop people from basically the Uber and Lyft drivers from parking in their cars on 94th Street. So that's who she's yelling at, basically, are the Uber and Lyft drivers. As well as, I think there's an office, I don't know if it's an employment office for LAWA here on the first floor of the parking garage. So there's a lot of people being dropped off on that corner as well, and I think she's yelling at them too.
Scott 4058, LA Tower, good afternoon, 124, runway 24, right clear to land.
China A380 heading back to Taipei, rolling down to 24 left. That Lufthansa A380 coming in from Frankfurt, flight 450, now just 42 minutes out, running a little bit late, about 20 minutes late here. We'll hope for a north side arrival. A350-1000 with Virgin, now heading to the north side gates at Tom Bradley. This Delta flight heading to SFO, Delta Airline flight 1559 at 737-900ER, lining up there at 24 left.
cross runway 24 left, now takeoff 135. Delta 1559, contact for departure.
Next arrival here on the north side, American Eagle, SkyWest, flight 6229, coming from Oklahoma City in E-Jet.
24 left, over to San Francisco, 4058.
The Lufthansa A340, A300 is coming today. It's about 40 minutes out. It's like 4580.
Tower 2830, visual 4 right. Delta 2830, LA Tower 1240, 13, runway 24 right, clear for land. Clear to land, 4 right, Delta 2830.
Hope you guys are enjoying today's show. It's the bottom of the hour, 4:33 p.m. here at local time.
Vector cross 24 left, ground point 65, SkyWest, 6220.
Once again, we'll remind you, next week we'll be back on Friday and Sunday for the big Sunday show, as well as the Friday show, high top DH Hotel this week. The next week we head up to SFO, Wednesday and Thursday. Live airport action back at SFO for 2 days straight. Then we'll come back for the big Sunday show. Then we will hop on a plane and head to JFK, give you shows on Wednesday and Thursday, May 28th, 29th, and then we'll come back. We'll do another Sunday show. And then that takes us into June, and boy, do we have a lot going on in June as well. Of course, our 24-hour live broadcast, high top the H Hotel, June 20th. Going 24 hours straight. I don't know how I'm going to make it through it this year, but I know a lot of you guys are coming out to cheer me on. You can do it, Kevin. You can do it. I'll go into bed, but I'll cheer you on in my sleep, Kevin. Should be a good time. Of course, we have a theme this year for the 24-hour live broadcast that is called Camp AVL. Of course, we have a bunch of Camp AVL merch, shopavl.com. It's a cute little design. Tents and fireplaces out in front of the theme and the control tower here at LAX. What more could you ask for? want you guys to do that. If you come into the Camp AVL, gonna do the cheer me on. I know time is going by fast. I'm telling you, it's going to be June. Next thing we know, it's going to be July. Next thing we know, it's going to be Halloween. That's how it always is. This is why I can only concentrate on 2 weeks span at a time, because if I start thinking about all the summer travel on top of Halloween coming up and all the things in between, my mind is going to go crazy. Sarah says campfire stories. Oh, I got some good stories. You know that, Sarah. I got some good stories to tell. Some spooky, too. The flight heading to San Jose, California, the one lined up on T4 left. Viva Flight 623 heading to Monterrey, Mexico, A320. Also lighting up on the radar, Emirates Flight 216 heading back to Dubai, the A380 Super should be heading up here for north side takeoff. Hampton 71 with a $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Hampton. Says Bucky buys Bucky's Fudge. Oh, Bucky's Fudge. You hear that, Chip? Great show today. Thank you so much, Hampton. Tina Marie gifting one AIRLINEVIDEOS membership. Thank you so much, Tina. And Richard Flair with an awesome $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Richard. Says hello from Chicago here. Chicago Midway. Kevin, sounds like the police at LAX mean business. At O'Hare, we have 2 rideshare lots for Uber and Lyft drivers. There's a food truck at one of them. I hope LAX cops don't have any naughty and nice lists. Oh, I'm sure they do. Richard, thank you so much. Apologize, I can't put your super chats up on the screen, but thank you very much for your awesome support here. We'll have the super chats back up on the screen on Friday. I made a mistake. We're working on a new computer, and our old computers have the M1 chip with Apple. This has the M4, and I can see a big difference in how the software that we use for the live streams is reacting a lot better on the M4 versus the M1. And maybe it's just all in my head, but unfortunately I thought I had everything copied over from the old computer to the new one, and apparently the extensions for Chrome did not get transferred over, and therefore it was that one little thing I forgot to check this morning. Super chats. So I appreciate you guys understanding. Thank you for your continued support of the channel. Yeah, Super 80 Adrian says the animations, well, they're not really animated. There was a real video, by the way, but the graphics seem to run a lot smoother, yeah. So I think it was about time to, we won't officially retire the old computer. And now it will just be a computer like the other computers that we've had through the years. We'll just stay in the office, work, do a little work here and there. It'll be one of those laptops that Kevin takes on the road with me to do work or whatever. But we really put these laptops that we buy for the live stream, we really put them through the ringer. I mean, they're out here in the sun, the humidity, the wetness, the dampness, the dust. It doesn't number on these computers. And I think the life of these computers being outside in the elements that they are is about 2 years max before they just start slowly but surely falling apart. And of course, it falls apart on the air. So it was time to get a new one. Got that Norse flight heading back to London Gatwick, the Dreamliner heading up here for north to side at takeoff. Another thing I think we were having issues with the old computer was the Wi-Fi, the built-in Wi-Fi. I think was having it gets burned out. We put it through the ringer. I'm telling you. You guys think I'm probably joking, but these computers are not meant to be sitting out near an airport with this much dust and wetness and all that jazz. It's just not cut out for that. It wants to stay inside. It wants to be in the office, air conditioning.
3126, turn left heading 210, 124.13, runway 24 left up to takeoff.
All right, the Emirates A380 Super now heading up here for our north side at takeoff. Delta Airlines Flight 747 on a 767-400ER coming up from JFK. 3 minutes out will be a north side arrival. That's a North Streamliner heading back to London Gatwick. That's a 712. 767-400ER up next for arrival. Emirates getting closer to 24 left as well. that was Delta Flight 747 on that 767-400ER coming in from JFK. Got another United Dreamliner coming in here to the north side. United Airlines A380 coming in from Hong Kong, now just 6 minutes out. Lufthansa A380-300 coming in from Frankfurt, flight 450, now just 32 minutes out. Keep an eye on that. Could be a north side arrival.
Tower, verify Airship 360, clear to land. Airship 360 over 924, wait, clear to land.
And a friend Linda Convincey there in Chicago gifting 20 airline videos live memberships. Thank you so much, Linda. Appreciate that. We'll see Linda in 2 weeks there at the TWA Hotel. 20 more gifted memberships here today. Appreciate that, Linda. Thank you so much. Terry M. with the $2 Super Chat. Thanks so much, Terry. Says, I Kevin, love the garage and the Ontario stream. It was great. Hey there, Terry. Thank you so much.
Airship 360, Fox 924, contact ground 141.
coming in from Hong Kong. It's flight 802 on the 787-9 Dreamliner. KLM heading up here. It's like 6:04, the last KLM flight of the day. Doing a little back taxing. Right up next, the United Dreamliner. A380s. We still have another A380 on its way in. British Airways flight 269 coming in from London Heathrow. This A380 Super, 41 minutes away. Oh yeah, that transition like butter now on the M4.
Next to go right at that number.
KLM right behind that A380 Super. Looks like we also have a Delta 767 also heading over there on taxiway Echo. Everyone's still waiting for this E-Jet. Still there on the runway.
Retreat that 50 Super and 84 left, line up and wait.
Alright, Super now clear to line up and wait. Emirates already cleared for takeoff. Now we're rolling down at 24 left. KLM, the Dreamliner now heading over to 24 left. Like 604 lined up, kind of. Dreamliner heading back to Amsterdam. You're hearing that 767 over there, number 3 for takeoff. It's hard to tell where that Lufthansa A380 is headed to. Could be north side, could be south side. 9 minutes out. Looks like it's staying to the north slightly. This E-Jet is going to do a little backtracking here.
It might be like 5 minutes or more, just so you know, they're going up on the south side.
flight 450, the second flight coming in from Frankfurt. Yeah, this is the second E-Jet having to backtrack on 24 left, having to cut in line. There's a long line of departures on the south side as well as here on the north side. That is Airline Videos Live. Today's Wednesday action here on Bay 14, 2025. And I'm your plane jockey Kevin here at the parking garage overlooking the north runways here at LAX. 24 left, 24 right. I think we're in luck. Yes, I'm going to call it right now. Lufthansa flight 450, the A380 coming in from Frankfurt. 4 minutes out, number 2 for arrival here on the north side. So sit back, relax. We got you covered. We also have the other British Airways, well, I shouldn't say other, the third British Airways flight of the day, the A380, flight 269, also heading here to the north side. You guys are asking about Nighthawk. No, it would be about 3 hours from now. Remember, I gave you an extra live show this week, Monday. We'll be back Friday as well as Sunday. Of course, we're not done yet here today.
Like the 364 left.
And I did. We get, see, the nights, the weeks all just blend together. Didn't I give you Nighthawk 2 nights last week? I do believe I did. Tuesday and Friday. You guys got spoiled, didn't you?
That's the 311, RNAV Delray, when it's 24 left, take off. RNAV Delray, take off. Delta 972 Heavy, when it's 24 left, land at midway. Number 450, Heavy left, when it's 24 right, 30.
Started at noon today, which is not late in terms of what time we usually start. Sundays we start at 10 a.m. That's always an earlier start, but on the weekday shows, we usually start about 11 or noon. If there was Nighthawk here tonight, we would start till 3 o'clock. So 3 o'clock is usually start time for Nighthawk. So if you see a late show starting 3, 4, 5 o'clock at night, then you know you're going to have Nighthawk.
Tower 3842, exit at Whiskey. Exit at Whiskey. Flight 364, traffic in position at Whiskey, cross 24 left, left on Echo, ground point 65. Skyline 3842, cross 24 left, left echo, ground point 65. Cross 24 left, with you, left echo.
All right, we're going to swing the camera around. Lufthansa Flight 450, the A340-300, up next for arrival. Remember the days when they used to bring in the A340-600? I believe we caught that a few times here at the parking garage. That was the summer that, or toward the end of that summer, we got that 13th floor space at the H Hotel. If you guys remember, I had just started live streaming up there, and I believe I caught the very last A340-600 that ever came into LAX, and I believe it was in September. It was in September of 2023. I think that's when it was. September, October of 2023 was the last time they brought in that A340-600.
Who called on helicopter?
Robert Bryan with an awesome $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Robert. Appreciate that awesome support. Robert asking, is there any Nighthawk tonight? Unfortunately, not tonight, Robert. We did give it a little Nighthawk in Ontario on Monday. Of course, we did 2 Nighthawk shows, Friday and Tuesday last week. Like I was mentioning, if there's a Nighthawk show, the days are getting longer. They're getting longer. So, you know, a few weeks ago, we would have started Nighthawk at 7:30. Now it's well into the 8 o'clock hour. So if you see a 3 o'clock start time, 3, 4, 5 o'clock start time, then you know we're going to have definitely Nighthawk territory. But unfortunately, not here tonight. York. It's always a great place for the TWA.
Romeo, leave the Bravo airspace. Frequency change approved. Radar service terminated.
Iceman 1775 says you can barely see Kevin on the 24-hour north side feed. Yeah, I'm the only one here in the big parking lot. By the way, that was Sun Country Airlines flight 425 coming from Minneapolis, the 737-800. Up next, Southwest Airlines flight 1822 coming from Oakland at 737-700, followed by Southwest Airlines flight 939 coming from Austin, Texas on the 737 MAX 8. We do have Delta Airlines flight 9978 coming in from Seattle, A350-900, 7 minutes out. This is Delta Airlines flight 418 heading to Kahului, A321neo. British Airways flight 269, the flight coming from London Heathrow, that A380 Super just 26 minutes away.
Number 418, we're with you for left minus the weight. That's a weight for 20. Hello, Tower Delta 2114. Delta 2114, LA Tower, we're 24 right, clear to land, wind 26015. Clear to land, 4 right,
A340 heading to the gates of Tom Bradley. Flight to Kahului, now rolling down the 24 left. I'm sorry, this is the flight to Kahului. What was that one? That one was heading to Atlanta, flight 471. This one heading to Kahului.
471, contact departure. 47 on the night. Canada 559, we're with you for left minus the way. Report departing, traffic in sight. Line up 24 left and traffic in sight. Stop 939 left at Whiskey, hold short, we're with you for left.
Left at Whiskey, hold short, for left on left.
Air Canada 737 MAX 8.
559, maintain visual separation, wind 260 at 15. RNAV Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. RNAV Del Rey, clear takeoff 24 left, maintain separation with traffic, Air Canada 559. Delta 418, contact SoCal departure. SoCal 14.
That is a Delta A350-900 now being pushed back. We'll be heading to Paris.
That's New Tower, Southwest 5, with down the visual approach point 24.
Next arrival is Delta Airlines Flight 2114 coming up from Minneapolis, 737-900ER. Followed by another Southwest flight, this one coming in from Phoenix, Arizona, Southwest Airlines Flight 565, and the 737-800. Got that Delta. Relocation flight, more than likely, Flight 9978 coming from Seattle, A350-900, 3 minutes out, north side arrival.
Delta 418, contact SoCal departure. Canada 559, contact departure. Departure, everything.
I was going to show you something, show you guys something earlier, and I totally forgot. So this is that building that we always see at the H Hotel. You know, the one with all the graffiti up there on top. I just wanted to give you guys another view of what it looks like on this side. Okay, so that's what we see, the VIP. That's what you normally guys see from high atop the H Hotel. So you can kind of see how close it is to LAX. It runs up right next to Sepulveda. Bring it down. Bring her down. I mean, there is graffiti all over the side. I should probably look at this before I put it on the air. You're super bad. And beanie. You're super bad. Anyway, it's an eyesore. Let's get rid of it, LA, please. I think it used to be an office building. I don't think it was ever a hotel. There was talks that they were going to turn it into a hotel, but it's beyond repair at this point. All right, up next, flight coming up from Phoenix, Arizona. Says maybe they can implode it and we can watch it live on the 24/7 cams. Wouldn't that be fun? And next is that Delta A380 flight coming in from Seattle. Like I said, more than likely a relocation flight. We also have an ANA Dreamliner heading up here to the north side. This flight will be heading back to Tokyo Haneda.
Delta 355 is visual, ILS, 24 right. Delta 355 early start, cautionary turbulence, calling heavy company Airbus 350, runway 24 right, clear to land. 24 right, clear to land, Delta 355.
Who's going to pay it to tear it down? That's a good question. I'm sure it's owned by someone.
3 RNS Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. RNS Del Rey, 24 left, lifting up, down with 453. Okay, thanks. Yeah, 37 Lily Tower with 25015, runway 24 right, clear to land. Runway 24 right. On 125 heavy, waiting for traffic on the south complex.
So that is ANA flight heading back to Tokyo Haneda. That A350 behind the Dreamliner is the A350 heading to Paris. Delta Airlines flight 290.
Turn left at Victor, cross runway 24 left, contact ground 12165. Left at Victor, cross 4 left, over to ground. On 125 heavy, I said you were waiting for traffic on the south complex.
British Airways flight 269, the A380 Super, just 9 minutes on.
Bravo 2267, sorry, Spirit 2073, runway 24 right, clear to land, caution me, turbulence, heavy departure parallel. 24 right, clear to land, use caution, Spirit wing.
Next arrival here on the north side is Delta Airlines flight 355, coming in from Nashville, Tennessee, and a 10-year-old 737-900ER.
Alpha 125 heavy, runway 24 left, line up and wait.
So we're going to stick with the ANA. Who's now cleared to line up and wait.
Heavy RNAV Delray, runway 24 left, cleared for takeoff. Delta 290 heavy, cross my turbulence, runway 24 left, line up and wait. Delta 290 heavy, 24 left, line up and wait.
All right, the flight to Paris already clear to line up and wait, 24 left.
Delta 355, hold short, runway 24 left. 387, runway 24 right, clear to land. Delta 355, comfortable position, cross 24 left without delay, then lost on echo, down 0.65. Cross 24 left. Alpha 125 heavy, come into departure. Delta 2267, Lily Tower, runway 24 right, clear to land. Clear to land, 24 right.
Next arrival here on the north side is Spirit Airlines flight 2073, coming from Louisville, Kentucky. It's an A320 Neo. Followed by Delta Airlines flight 2267, coming from SFO, the 737-900ER, followed by the King. British Airways flight 269, the A380 Super, coming from London Heathrow. A350 now heading to Paris.
387, cross 24 left, ground point 65. Cross 24 left, ground point 65, and 387.
SFO, followed by WestJet, flight 1430, coming from Edmonton, Canada, 737-700. This A380 is sitting right there, heading to Denver, flight 2004. Ryan Fuller, gifting one AirLineVideos Live membership, also becoming a member here today. Appreciate that, Ryan. Thank you so much for your support, and welcome to membership here on AVO. Usually we have it on screen, just so you know, Ryan. Long story. It's not important right now. WestJet flight coming in from Edmonton, Canada. Back to the east. Next arrival, A380 Super Speedbird, flight 269, coming up from London Heathrow.
Bushit 1430 at Victor, cross 24 left, down 0.65. That's Victor, cross 24 left, Victor, 165.
gates of Tom Bradley.
Number 2238, traffic crossing, runway 24 left, minus 2. Southwest 2238, last of wait. Number 2238, RNF, Delray, runway 24 left, set for takeoff. 24 left, clear for takeoff, southwest.
Wind starting to pick up once again. I got Condor in the Blue Sea livery, heading back to Frankfurt. The A380 Neo now pushing it back.
No, it's 35 visual, 24 right. Yeah, it's just 535 Lily Tower, running 24 right, clear to land. 24 right, clear to land. Skywest, sorry, Southwest 2238, contact Frankfurt.
Hopefully you guys are all having a great evening wherever you are. Maybe it's morning. Good morning, good afternoon, good, well, it's actually not afternoon maybe in Honolulu. Nice relaxing Wednesday evening. Is an E-Jet coming in from Reading. Speedbird now making that right-hand turn onto Kilo, now heading down to Tom Bradley. Oh, Condor disappeared from my radar. All right, let's see here. This is that kind of slow period here at LAX. There's a DJ up at the H. What? up there. It's like a little get-together going on. Apparently, there's a DJ up there. Can you guys hear the tunes? Can you hear the tunes on the 24-hour? Oh, it's all right. What are you going to do? I don't see a DJ up there, though. Hey, Mr. DJ! Put the record on. I don't see any DJ up there. Do you? Oh, it is loud up there? Well, and I know all the mods are asking me about, do we want to turn on the audio up there? Here's the thing about the 24-hour live cameras. I don't get a copyright strike unless I end the stream, and then it gets categorized. So you don't get hit, believe it or not, you don't get hit with a copyright strike while the stream is actually live. It's not until it's actually done, and then the little, I don't know what goes through there and basically scopes the whole video to see if you have any copyright strikes. But we shouldn't have any copyright strikes. If we do, then we already have it. So it's probably too late. But I don't know. Something tells me I don't think that we have an issue with that. That is Condor in the blue striped blue sea livery heading back to Frankfurt, heading up here for our north side and takeoff. Mod's always on top of it. Always looking out for the best of the channel, that's for sure. So it looks like the Lufthansa A380 takeoff is delayed here. Linda asking, what does the copyrights in terms of music do to you? Oh, look, there's New Mexico 1 right in front of us. Everything's so backlit right now. What is copyright? A copyright music strike. So if we're talking about music, it will figure out what music track it is, and then basically it all depends. Sometimes if the artist won't go to me or our AVL, it will go to whoever owns that music, if that makes sense. It's not a copyright strike against the channel. We don't get in trouble. It basically just limits us from ad revenue in terms of ads, not super chats, not anything like that. Basically, I don't even think the whole thing goes to the artist. I think it's like half of it or whatnot. So it's not a big deal. It's not the end of the world. It has happened before here on the channel many times, but it's not a strike against the channel. You get a strike against the channel if you intentionally take a video. By the way, I was going, and it's amazing how the algorithm works on YouTube. I was going through on my TV live plane spotting, and I saw this new LAX stream pop up from a couple of days ago, and I played it on the big screen TV. It was our live stream from the 24-hour live cameras zoomed in, so you couldn't see our logo, and it ran for about 2 hours. I don't know if they made any money. There wasn't hardly any views on it, but that is a good good way to basically say bye-bye to your channel. If you intentionally take content and wipe away the logo, whatever it may be, and try to make money off of someone else's content, that gives you an instant copyright strike. And if you get 3 of those, then your channel is gone. So 3 strikes, you're gone. That is a blatant ripoff, and that's basically what you have to. It's not the music. The music's not going to bring the channel down. It's ripping, and I mean ripping us off, which a lot of people do. Some people get caught, some people don't. But it's amazing how the algorithm with YouTube will actually throw it in my face and be like, you might want to look at this. We caught someone on TikTok probably about a month ago who was taking the, and I don't know how they do this. They take the live feed from the 24-hour live cams, bring it into, let's say, TikTok, and go live on TikTok with our feed. Needless to say, that popped up, I think, on one of our mods' feed and alerted me to it. And actually, I turned around and told TikTok this feed needs to go down quickly, like now. And actually, they took it down pretty quickly.
Condor 2087 heavy wind 26016, RNAV Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. Condor 2087 heavy, clear takeoff, 24 left, on off. Skywatch 4077 full length, runway 24 left, line up and wait, caution wait turbulence. 24 left, line up and wait, Skywatch 4077.
Flight coming in from London Heathrow as we wait for this flight heading to Germany, Frankfurt. Now we're rolling down to 24 left.
American 137 heavy, Victor, hold short, runway 24 left. Yeah, Victor, short at 24 left, American 137. American 137 heavy, traffic position, cross 24 left, ground 165. Cross 24 left at Victor, and ground 2165, American 137. Condor 2087 heavy, contact SoCal departure. Condor 2087 heavy, SoCal departure, so long.
Lufthansa Flight 453 heading back to Munich. Now pushing back from the gates. This A380 Super should be heading up here for our north side of takeoff. Coming up.
runway 24 left, line up and wait.
That's a JetBlue A321 and coming in from JFK, flight 1023.
Cabin 4077, contact.
On the Pond Airways, flight 106, 787-8 Dreamliner coming in from Tokyo Haneda, number 2 for arrival here on the door side. Be following Delta Airlines flight 1161 coming in from Salt Lake City at a 737-900 ER.
618 squawk 0266, cleared into Bravo airspace, altimeter 2998.
This flight heading to Vegas, Delta Airlines flight 2202 and A321.
Delta 2202, Arnhem Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff with 25016. Arnhem Del Rey. Delta 2640, runway 24 left, full length, line up and wait, traffic will cross. Runway 24 left, full length, Delta 2640.
All right, up next is an On the Pond Airways Dreamliner, flight 106 coming in from Tokyo Haneda.
Delta 1161,
Also, Turkish Airlines flight 9 coming in from Istanbul. It's 777-300ER, just 9 minutes out. There's a Singapore Airlines Cargo 747 also heading here to LAX.
That was 6233 Tower, confirmation terminal, 7786, short final, wind 25014, and 24 right, clear to land. 24 right, clear to land. Yeah, that's fine. That was 233. Roger. If you want the envoy, that's available as well. We're good. 2640 Arnhem Del Rey, runway 24 left. Let's take off. Let's take off. Arnhem Del Rey, Delta 2640.
Tiptoeing. Lufthansa, the A380 Super, flight 453, now about to make a right-hand turn on to taxiway Echo. Spencer back with the $5 Super Chat. Thanks so much, Spencer. Says, well, Kevin, the same thing happened to me. What happened to you? But this time it's my elbow, and lucky for me, I was in the ER, EED, and I slipped in water outside. Aye.
Delta 2640, contact approaching it in.
I hope you're okay there, Spencer.
Alpha 106 Heavy at Whiskey, cross runway 24 left, contact ground.
Got to be careful where you walk. I've learned that lesson now. Watch where you're walking. Moose with the $2 Super Chat. Thanks so much, Moose. This is what if I take your feed and MSFS live traffic? I'm not quite sure what the question is. Here's the plain and simple fact is you guys can't take the feed and re-upload it. That's a no-no. All of our stuff is copyright protected. Keep an eye out on that Singapore Cargo 747 just off the coast. I guess we're talking about the party going on high atop the H Hotel.
341 LA Tower with 240 at 16, runway 24 right, clear to land. 24 right, clear to land, Tower with 5341.
This is the Lufthansa Flight 453 heading back to Munich on this A380 Super.
Southwest 657, wind 250 at 16, RNAV Delray, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. RNAV Delray, clear for takeoff, 24 left, 17. Hold short of runway 24 left. 24 left, Lufthansa 453 Super, Los Angeles Tower, transfer cross downfield, runway 24 left, line up and wait. Runway 24 left,
Alright, I'll line up and wait for the King.
Got 6233, transit will hold a position and cross runway 24 left, out of ground, 0.65. 24 left, over the ground, back 63. Got Southwest 657, contact SoCal departure. Southwest 657. Picture 326, begin reduced and final approach speed. Picture 326, halfway turn 1 Super Airbus A380, hold the flight network. Lufthansa 453, Super wind 25016, RNAV Delray, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
He goes back to Munich.
Do not turn off the runway. Hold short of the taxiway, Victor or Whiskey. Alright, stay on the runway, hold short of Victor, Skyward 341. Strict center heavy, loss of the tower, wind 250 at 16, runway 24 right, clear to land. On the 24 right, back to the center. Turn left to taxiway Victor, cross, runway 24 left, trap hold in position, down to ground, 0.65. Alright, left at Victor, cross, 24 left and over the ground, 0.65, Skywest 5341. Lufthansa 453 Super, contact SoCal departure. Lufthansa 453 Super, Western 1515, Los Angeles, Tower, casualty turbulence, runway 24 left, line of 10 wait. For that way.
JSX flight coming in, more than likely from Vegas.
Western 1515, 125.015, RNAV Delray, 124 left clear for takeoff.
Oh, it's JSX like 326 coming in from Vegas, and then ERJ 145 LR. That is WestJet heading to Calgary. Our next arrival is Turkish Flight 9 coming in from Istanbul, a 777-300ER. Looks like we got that Singapore cargo.
326, turn left at Victor, hold short of runway 24
It's like 7988 coming in from Anchorage, a 747-400. Number 2 for arrival here on the north side. We're not done yet. We will leave with a queen. How you like that? It's the Turkish 777-300ER.
6 drive 326 at Victor, cross runway 24 left and contact ground point 65.
At Victor, cross 24 left, ground, right?
Western 1515, contact SoCal departure. That's my time too, Western.
Airlines cargo 747-400 coming in from Anchorage, rare north side arrival.
Turkish Niner heavy, turn left, cross runway 24 left, then contact ground point 65. Turn left, cross runway 24 left, then contact point 65. Delta 443 heavy, Los Angeles Tower, waiting for departing transit off the South Complex, transit cross the downfield, runway 24 left, line up and wait. 24 left, line up forward, 443.
make its way over to the south side. Now crossover 24 left as well as 25 at right and 25 at left.
Singapore 7988 heavy, turn left, 1A will cross runway 24 left, contact ground 0.65. Okay, get that, when you will cross 24 left, 15. Delta 443 heavy traffic cross downfield runway 24 left, line of way. 24 left, line of way. 443.
Spencer back with a $5 superjet. Thanks so much, Spencer. Since X-rays just came back, nothing broken, but just a very bad sprained elbow. I'm off for 2 to 3 days now, but I'm cool with that. I can sit back and party with AVL. Well, you're very lucky. Very, very lucky. Good to hear that, Spencer. Reed 172 with a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Reed. Says, love the show as always. The evening lighting is so amazing. Curious, what are your favorite places in terms of the lighting? Well, this is a tough spot this time of the day. Certainly as sun sets, it's beautiful, but as you can see, everything is backlit this time of the year, especially as we go into summer. This isn't the best spot in terms of this time of the day. But the Westchester Bridge location, which is kind of dangerous to go live from currently, is great this time of the day, certainly in the summer.
Delta 443 heavy, 15013 on nav, no rate.
Lighting at Imperial Hill, always good. Christie H Hotel as well. You just gotta roll with the punches and know where that sun is going to be. Have it Delta A380 Neo coming in from JFK is Delta 767 at 300 ER now rolls down to 24 left.
Your request the harbor route south transition. 132 Lima, November, Roger, clear through.
We're going to head to the A330 Neo, now short final for 24 right. As we take you to the top of the hour once again. Just after 6 p.m. here in the beautiful Los Angeles, California, you're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today's little Wednesday action here on May 14th, 2025. And I'm your plane jockey Kevin here at the parking garage overlooking what is now a very busy north side runways. We will be ending the show here in the next few minutes, but we gotta have the luck of the Irish. Just the next arrival, Patrick Erdman, becoming a silver member once again. Thank you so much, Patrick.
Delta 1080 downfield running 2 left, line away. Line away 24 left, Delta 1080.
Let's start heading to Memphis. Delta Airlines flight 1080. We're going to turn the camera. The A330-300 coming up from Dublin. Aer Lingus will be our final arrival of today's live stream.
Southwest 2704, turn left at Victor, hold short on runway 24 left.
Delta Victor, hold short 24 left, Southwest 2704.
Southwest 2704, Victor, cross runway 24 left and contact ground point 65.
Better cross 24 left, Victor, over to ground, Southwest 2704.
November 132 Lima, November leading Los Angeles from airspace to south. There is traffic 2 miles to your southeast. Appears to be on approach for Hawthorne. Altimeter KC next time unknown. Contact Hawthorne Tower 121.1. The 2 Lima November ready for the distributed as well. That's parked on the Hawthorne. That's your 11 o'clock. Getting flight from out of south. The 2 Lima November, they're getting south on a position. Contact Hawthorne Tower today. Delta 1080, contact SoCal departure. Delta 1080 today. Southwest 45, Los Angeles, Sierra 182 for left line of voyage. Shamrock 6, Papa Echo Heavy, turn left when able, cross runway 2 for left traffic, will hold in position, and contact ground.
You're right, not a Neo, but will be in the next few years. Before we take off here today, I'd like to give a shout out to our Emerald and Diamond members here on the channel.
Los Angeles, Airline, return, let's reach by heavy Airbus A380, 123014, runway 24 right to land. Clear to land, 24 right, clear to land. Southwest 485, 124013, RNAV Delray, runway 24 left, clear to take off. RNAV Delray, runway 24 left, clear to take off, Southwest 45.
Thanks, you guys, for your awesome support as we're bringing back here to the parking garage. Another awesome day of LAX plane spotted right here on your home for LAX live streams. Airline Videos Live. We'll be back high atop the H Hotel where they're having a party tonight. Maybe I'll head over there after today's stream. Get my dance moves on, apparently, from what you guys are saying. We'll be back there high atop the H Hotel on Friday starting at noon Pacific. That is our next live broadcast here at LAX. And we'll be back for the big Sunday show starting at 10 a.m. Pacific on Sunday. Rudy will be back with me there at an Imperial Hill. And then next week, Boy, we have a lot going on. Next week, Wednesday, Thursday shows in San Francisco, SFO, Wednesday, Thursday next week. And then the week after that, we head back to the East Coast for live shows from high atop the TWA Hotel there at JFK. Those shows are Wednesday and Thursday as well, and then we'll be back here for the big Sunday show. So basically, we're taking the show on the road the next 2 weeks after Sunday of this week, but we will always be back here at LAX for the big Sunday show. So you get a little bit of both during the course of the week. Thanks, you guys, for your awesome support. Thanks to our great moms, always doing a great job as well. I can't put your super chats on, or even any regular chats on the screen here today because, well, I goofed up. I promise I'll get it all fixed tomorrow. So thanks, you guys. Thank you, and we'll see ya. We'll see ya on Friday for the show high atop the H Hotel. We'll just close out today's show with a little music and a beautiful shot of the control tower, the theme building, some palm trees, some cranes. Thank you, Christina. Christina says, thanks for the shows and, of course, your new t-shirt. You like my new t-shirt? Like I said, you can't take yourself too seriously if you put a cartoon self of yourself. If you wear a cartoon picture of yourself, the holy moly cartoon, officially at shopavl.com.
As a reminder, there is no parking in the red zone. Please read the signs or you will be ticketed. I repeat, no parking in the red zone. Don't start with me with those red zone. I won't even go there. Great line from Airplane. Herb, clean up at the parking garage, Herb. Boy, it's a mess.
See you guys all for the big Friday, White Friday and Sunday show here on AVL. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye. You guys. I'll see you on Friday. So I'm going to send you to the 24-hour live stream. We'll see you guys on Friday. Bye-bye.